used to work the night shift at Toys R Us. At night, they would turn half of the lights off to save on power. In the girls' toy section, oh God, the girls' toy section at night was so fucking creepy. You're carrying a box down the aisle. It's perfectly silent. Then the motion sensors on the dolls will catch your movement, and all at once, the toys will turn on and follow you with their lifeless eyes before screaming or laughing or crying in that horrible electronic box way and flailing about. I'm a fully grown 6'4", 300-pound, hairy-ass man, and I've never noped my way out of somewhere so fast. The motion sensor dolls took a lot of getting used to, especially in the dark. But the worst thing that happened to me was when the closing crew had left one of those 4-feet-tall Ninja Turtles, who's standing in the middle of the darkest part of the store, part that I had to work in that night. I swear I saw it step off this shelf and into the aisle, but I most likely just had the heebie-jeebies, so who knows? I work a night shift in a psychiatric facility, so basically I've seen a lot of things working at night, from people coming in high and psychotic to people huddling naked in a corner of the room, whispering. Scariest thing I've ever seen was a patient coming out of the nurse's station saying that someone is outside of their window, looking in. From admission, they had been experiencing pretty strong hallucinations, so we assumed this was another one. To provide some ease, we went into the room to verify that there was no one in there and to provide them with some relief and comfort. We have removable draw curtains in rooms and they were shut. I walked up to it and asked if this was the window. Patient told me that it was. I drew it open and had quite possibly the biggest scare of my life. There was somebody there, wide-eyed, staring right back at us through the window. He ran off when we saw him, and we ended up calling the police as well as security. They never found the guy, and never saw him again either. Still creeps me out to this day. I'm an EMT, and I really do eat up all the ghost stories and things like that. I'm not religious, I'm on the fence about it, but I've experienced some stuff that I cannot explain, and I can recall one fairly well. I was in the basement of the hospital, grabbing a new gurney as ours was ripped apart from a violent patient. It was 3 a.m. PICU was on the 3rd floor, and it was locked down for the night. No visitors in the hospital. The basement storage unit was packed with stuff, so when I felt my shirt get pulled on, I assumed that it got caught on an object. Then it happened again, only this time, I heard a little girl's voice, crystal clear. It said, "I'm lost." My heart was pounding. I felt all the hairs on my body stand up, and I called my partner down to help with the gurney. I've talked to nurses, CNAs, and even some physicians who have had weird experiences, especially in the ICU and the hospice side. One of my old floors that I worked on always had weird occurrences happen at night. It was a neuro step-down unit. The unit had glass walls so you could chart and monitor your patient. We had a patient who had a severe stroke and was nonverbal. Feeding tube, restrained, total care, etc. They rarely had family visit too. In the middle of the night, their call light went off. When I answered it, a woman said, "He's really hurting. He really needs his pain medicine." So I walk into the room to check on him. The room is dark. Nobody else is in there, and the patient is sleeping. I tell his nurse what happened and I go sit back down at the CN desk. The call light goes off again. It's in his room. Same voice. "Please, he's really hurting." I get up and walk back to the room. Same story. I tell his nurse and she gives him pain medicine. through a peg, and we reposition him in bed. The call light does not go off again. It was really eerie. Strange things happened on that floor. One night in an old psychiatric hospital, as in built in the 1800s, a tech and I were the only ones up. Every patient seemed to be asleep, and we checked every 15 minutes. Anyway, I was sitting outside the office door, and she was sitting at the back of a very small office eating her soup. The other office door to our side suddenly opened and closed, and then the small restroom door in our office closed. Neither one of us said anything for a full minute. Then I asked her if that had just happened. She sighed with relief, said yes it had, and that she was glad she wasn't losing her mind. I guess the ghost needed to use the restroom in a hurry. Maybe it was a former nurse or tech that had worked there. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire. Thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1,000,000 loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned one guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy, but the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my deer friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, were permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent. He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. But the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed to stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walk through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window. The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time, but it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer them. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things, like a sanitarium, a hospital. Very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building. Train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, no one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope, nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. The security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. When I was about 5 or 6, my mother worked at a nursing home called the Bryan Center. I'd often be picked up by her after school and taken to go sit in the employee break room until she got off her shift. It was in the corner of the basement. For reference, the building is built into the side of a hill. It had 2 or 3 stories, but by the time you got to the street, you could only see the 2nd or 3rd floor at the ground level. My mom worked down there in the invalid ward, people who were permanently bedbound, and incidentally, the building used to be the county hospital, and the basement was originally the morgue. Now, my mom saw a lot of strange shit while she was there, including a dark man wearing a hat that had a dog with red eyes, and a patient being thrown around by an unseen force, despite being paralyzed by a stroke. The woman screaming about how she'd made a deal with the devil. He was there to take her soul. Then there were the elevator doors, randomly changing floors and opening, and the sound of footsteps coming down the hall, but no one was there. She also routinely heard babies crying, and even saw babies crawling down the hallway in the middle of a night shift. It disappeared into the old morgue. My story, however, is about me. Just across from the parking lot door and the corner where the break room was located was a security desk built into the opposite corner where the 2 halls met. The security guard was my buddy. He would listen to me prattle on, ask me about what I was watching on the break room TV. He would give me quarters for the vending machine to go get snacks when I was hungry. My mom was pretty broke at the time, and school lunch had been a long time ago, and dinner was a long ways away. So my security guard buddy was the shit. He went off on rounds every hour or so, and sometimes my mom would pop into the break room and ask if I was all right. She'd ask me where I got the honey bun from, and I told her the security guard gave me a quarter. She'd give me a funny look, but I figured she was just having a stranger danger moment, being Gen X. Fast forward years later, my mom had just had a knee replacement, and at the same time I caught pertussis while pregnant. So we're both laying in bed binging on Netflix. And I go to ask her, "Hey, what was that dude's name? The security guard who used to buy me all those snacks, those honey buns, remember? Skinny black dude?" My mom told me that not only did she not have a security guard at the time at all, but that also at the time, the only black employees were female nurses. Never been able to figure it out. I would say it's a false memory, but how did I get the money? The food? Any ideas? I was on patrol behind a strip mall when a call came over about someone being attacked in the front parking lot of a bar in front of that very mall. I drove around to the front in seconds, knowing that backup was minutes away. As I pulled up, one man had a long iron pole in his hands. It was raised up as if he was ready to strike another man on the ground with it. The other was looking up at him with his hands up, apparently defensively. This was before tasers, and there was a huge crowd surrounding this tableau. So, even though this looked like a deadly force situation, I decided not to draw my gun. I literally walked right up to them, and using my voice of command, I told them to drop the pole. The man holding the pole started to say something, but I told him again in a tone of voice that could not be mistaken or argued with, that he needed to drop it. And he dropped it. I kicked the pole out of reach, under a car, and stood myself directly between these 2 men when just moments ago it appeared that one was ready to kill the other. I told both of them to say nothing and to stay still until the other officers began to arrive. From a purely tactical standpoint, It was probably the stupidest move I ever made. I knew nothing about these two men, or why they appeared to be ready to kill each other. I had no idea who in the crowd was on which side, if either, and here I was standing arm's length from both of them, dominating and controlling a potential deadly force situation, with nothing more than a fearless officer presence. As it turned out, I'd done exactly the right thing. Although I would have been justified in shooting the man with the pole if I could have done so without putting anyone else in the crowd at risk, what was discovered after interviewing the two men and witnesses in the crowd, the man holding the pole was the bar's bouncer. The man on the ground had been kicked out of the bar earlier and was not happy about it. He tore down a street sign for the iron pole that he had been holding up, and he waited to ambush the bouncer with it at closing time. As it happened, the bouncer had just managed to grab and pull the pole away from the man, hold it away with enough force that it was over his head at the moment I arrived. The man on the ground, of course, had his hands raised as the pole had just been pulled out of them by the bouncer. If I'd used my gun, I would have shot the bouncer, who was defending himself from the attacker. I'd arrived at just the right moment when everything appeared exactly the opposite. I took command of a potentially deadly situation with no backup and without using a weapon, and as a result, wound up not shooting the wrong person. This is the most memorable moment of my career. This is the reality of police work. Split-second life or death decisions made with minimal information and putting ourselves in imminent danger to minimize the risk to onlookers and others on the scene. This was good police work. My dad worked in security. I got into it after he passed. One night I was called on my night off. They needed someone to go fill in on another site. I'd never worked the site before, but hey, overtime. I accepted. It was one of my dad's old sites. So it's 0200. I'm doing my rounds. I enter one of the buildings, and I think I see someone moving up ahead. It's 0200, and the building is locked. There shouldn't be anyone in there. I quietly close the door behind me and creep up for a closer look. At the end of the hall is a security guard, which is odd as I'm the only guard on duty at the time. So I'm eyeing this guy, and I notice the uniform. It's for a company that doesn't exist anymore. In fact, it's for the company my dad worked for when he was at this site. So it hits me that this is my dad. I'm standing there, watching him. He's apparently doing a round of the building that I'm patrolling. I watch him. He looks directly at me, as if he could see me. He looks at me for about 30 seconds or so, and then he turns the corner. I ran to catch up with him, but he was gone. Almost 2 years later, I still swear I actually saw him that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, if I was hallucinating because it was one of his old posts and I was emotional, or if maybe somehow time loops exist and I actually saw him working the site in the past. I honestly don't know, but every time I have a night off and they can't find anyone to fill in, I jump at it, no longer for the overtime, but with the hope that whatever happened that first time happens again. I filled in over 20 times there since that encounter, and I haven't seen anything since. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did, so we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches, and at night it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief because the man was deceased, very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged, and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it, pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. As a member of my agency's dive team, I was called upon to search an abandoned rock quarry during a missing person investigation. The victim had been reported missing by his wife, and a 6-month investigation by the detective assigned to the case had yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. After only 10 to 15 minutes of searching, I located the victim's vehicle at the bottom of a quarry, in about 35 feet of water. I was unable to determine whether or not the victim's body was in the vehicle. This was due to the roof of the vehicle being smashed and the vehicle being upside down. At this point, we marked the vehicle's location on the bottom with a buoy and called for a wrecker to winch the vehicle out of the water. Once the wrecker arrived on scene, we rigged the vehicle with cables, and the wrecker began to pull the vehicle out of the water. As soon as the air bubbles that had been trapped in the car reached the surface, we knew the victim was in the vehicle. The smell was absolutely horrid. I'd never in my life smelled something that horrible. I can only describe it as a combination of rotting human flesh, fish, and swamp. The detective on scene began to retch and dry heave. The wrecker driver lost his lunch, and a state trooper nearly passed out. It was that awful. Once we had the vehicle out of the water, we were met with a ghastly sight. The victim was still in the driver's seat with his seatbelt on. His body was bloated and had a green and black mottled appearance. The body was in terrible shape from its 6 months in the water. We were unable to pull the body out of the car because every time we tried, the skin slipped off the bone and tore off in chunks. After some serious thought, we decided to have the local rescue squad cut the roof and the doors off the vehicle to allow us better access to the body. We were finally able to get the victim into a body bag, mostly intact. I was able to decontaminate and shower on scene using the shower in our mobile command center. When I arrived home after leaving the scene, my wife immediately put her hand over her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that awful smell?" So, once again, I showered and spent plenty of time scrubbing. This was definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in 14 years as an emergency responder. It was determined that the victim had gone into the quarry to sit in his vehicle and smoke crack. Somehow he mistakenly hit the accelerator, sending the vehicle into the quarry, thus ending his life. As a firefighter, I've been in a lot of fires, saved a lot of lives. I've even had my own life saved while on the job. But one that sticks with me for different reasons is the one that I'm going to share today. It was a first alarm fire turned 2-alarm blaze in the heart of downtown, a dilapidated apartment building, all dry wood and tight spaces. By the time we arrived, the top floors were fully engulfed. It was clear that this was a 3-alarm. We went in fast. People were screaming from their windows, still trapped on upper floors. The radios buzzed with chaos. My team and I worked methodically, clearing each unit in the apartments. And that's when I found him. He was slumped in a corner on a 3rd-floor apartment, unconscious, smoke curling around him like a shroud. The heat was unbearable, the walls groaning under the strain of the fire. I didn't have time to think. I just grabbed him, hauled him over my shoulder, and carried him down 3 flights of stairs, barely making it out before the building collapsed. Outside, I laid him on the pavement, and the paramedics took over as I caught my breath. My adrenaline was still surging as I watched them work to stabilize him. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another life saved, another person who got lucky. A week later, though, I saw his face on the news. He wasn't just some unlucky tenant. He was a wanted man, a fugitive who'd been on the run for years. The news anchors called him a drifter killer. He'd been moving from town to town, targeting people who lived on the margins. Runaways, sex workers, the homeless. 12 victims confirmed. Maybe more. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd saved a killer, and that was a first for me. But just as far as I'd known, you know? You don't usually get to follow up with the people you save. It's just your job to save them. The arrest made headlines. The fire had forced him out of hiding, and my rescue brought him straight into the hands of the police. At first, I wrestled with the irony. The job I'd sworn to do, saving lives without judgment or hesitation, had also meant saving a man who'd stolen so many lives himself. The trial was a media circus. The man I'd saved sat stone-faced as his gruesome crimes were laid bare, the methods he used, the stories of his victims, and the families he'd destroyed. He pled not guilty, but the evidence was overwhelming. DNA, fingerprints, even an online journal where he'd kept notes about his victims. I was subpoenaed to testify, not about the crimes, but about the night of the fire. The defense tried to paint him as a victim of circumstance, a desperate man who'd been caught in a tragic accident. They asked me if I'd seen him trying to escape the flames or heard him call for help. I told the truth. He was unconscious when I found him, and I didn't know who he was until after I'd pulled him out, days later. And that was it. My testimony didn't absolve him, but it didn't really incriminate him either. After the trial, people asked me if I regretted saving him. Friends, colleagues, even strangers wanted to know if I'd wished I'd just left him there to burn. I always gave them the same answer. No. My job isn't to judge. It's to save. I've saved hundreds of lives in my career. Children, the elderly, addicts, abusers, people who'd made bad choices, and people who'd just had bad luck. I don't get to decide whose life is worth more than another's. That's not my role. It never will be. The man was sentenced to life without parole, and they moved him to a maximum security prison a few states away. I don't think about him much anymore, but every so often, I'll see his face in my mind. Pale, smoke-streaked, lifeless when I found him. And I can hear my captain yelling, "Get him out, Dylan. The ceiling's coming down." And I did. I got him out, just like I was trained to do. Would I do it again? Yes, every time. Hello, my name is Heidi. I'm a stay-at-home mother in Larchmont, New York, 23 years old. My son Malachi is 3 years old, and as his vocabulary grows, he's been able to describe more complex things in his environment and express his emotions with more context. His pediatrician says Malachi is advanced for his age. I'm sure he gets that from his dad, but unfortunately, I'm not here to brag about my smart boy. Within the last few weeks, out of nowhere, he's been having night terrors. Every night, he wakes himself up screaming. I've rushed into his room on multiple occasions to find him sitting up in bed, still asleep, screaming so loud, I've worried that his vocal cords might be permanently damaged. I have to shake him awake. He's having the same dream multiple times a week, and I don't know what to do about it, because Mommy can't protect him in dreamland. When Malachi wakes up, he tells me about how he died in a fire. He says that he's always in an office building, wearing clothes like Daddy, which I think means business attire. He says there are other people in the room, all of them sad. Some are gathered around a TV, while others are looking out the window. Malachi says he's been able to walk to both parts of the room in different dreams, and what they're watching on the TV is the same thing happening outside. There's another building next to his, and it's on fire. He sees people waving things and jumping from the windows. He can't see where they land, but he knows they're really high up. People from the floors above him are jumping too. Before the fire reaches them, the people in his room are crying. Then, an explosion shatters all the windows, injuring those who had been looking outside. Smoke and flames fill the room, and then, he says, the sky falls down. The largest fire Malachi has ever been around is our fireplace, and he's never been close enough to even feel the heat. I don't understand where this fear is coming from. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house, but I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, But I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening, concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s, and through the cracks, saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off. Might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son. No doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. Creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows, but the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around, and I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to lure me into something. As a paramedic attached to a fire hall, I've seen a lot of things that no human being should see. Some of the worst were when the ice comes off the river and you go fishing for bodies on the banks. This call was to a multi-vehicle accident. When we got to the scene, it was 2 dump trucks that had rear-ended each other. Simple enough case for me. There was some pretty significant damage done to the truck that had been in the rear. The driver had smacked his head against the windshield, so we went into brain injury and concussion protocols. As I'm holding his C collar, waiting for the backboard, I hear someone saying, "Help, help." I looked at the driver, who was semi-conscious, and asked him who else was in the truck with him. No one, was the answer, but he asked about the other car. I assumed he meant the driver of the truck, and I explained that he would be okay. Then, in very broken English, he spoke Farsi, I learned after. He asked again about the car that he had hit, a small blue car, right in front of him, between the trucks. Alarms went off in my head, and I leaned out the window, screaming that we had another victim. Everyone ran up to me asking if the victim was in the truck. I repeated what the driver told me and heard a lot of "no way" and "you must have heard it wrong." Our battalion chief walked over and he spotted the slightest bit of blue that didn't match the blue on the truck. It was then that we realized this guy was telling the truth. We needed the jaws, a tow truck, and some saws. As I powered through the fiberglass hood of the truck and I reached the engine compartment, we could see the back end of this car underneath the trucks, and then wedged under the front truck above the axle. Then all of us heard the soft, "Help, help," and we went into action. Parts of the truck were flying in every direction, still not fast enough. We pulled the front truck, hoping it would pull the car with it and we could get at it. All it did was pull the car apart. We had stopped hearing the cries for help, so we moved faster. After the car was pulled into 2, I saw an access point through the windshield of the car, which was smashed all to shit, and the roofline collapsed. I needed the grill cut off the truck, and I heard a rush of men and the sound of tools, and the rest of us screaming over it, saying, "Hang on, we'll be right in there." Once the grill was removed, I snaked my way down through the windshield on the passenger side. In my mind, I was thinking that no one could have survived this, but the sounds of help I had heard earlier drove me forward. Nothing in the front seat except the driver's leg, which was still smashing the brake. I saw nothing in the passenger side, so I began to cut into the seat around the springs. All I needed was enough to put my head through, just so I could reassure whoever was in the back seat and hurting that we knew that they were there and we were coming. As I popped through the seat, I wasn't expecting what I saw. Quivering in the small space between the roof and the car and the back seat was a small little black lab puppy. It ran over to me, began licking my face excitedly. I pulled my head back through the seat, stuck my arms in, and began calling for the pup to come to my arms. Eventually, I was able to grab the puppy and pull him out. All of us were still wondering where the help came from, as dogs don't speak, and the driver was dead on impact. Her entire upper body had been sheared off mid-chest. We were all puzzled over that help. Some of us saying the driver was saying help from her upper torso in the truck box. Gory thought, but the human body does weird things. The other favorite theory is that I, and then we, had heard the radio playing. And when we pulled everything apart, we pulled the radio and its power source, the car battery. And that's why the voices stopped. I guess it's the only thing that makes logical sense. Just a little side story. I kept that black lab after she spent her required amount of time in a shelter. She's now a happy, healthy 7-year-old dog whose name is Karma. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can, because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers moved as 2 of the agents raised their firearms and began walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens, me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together, yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with, so eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group, specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food, and I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s, brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such and such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the second level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office, creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office, and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day, I'm coming around with my vacuum, and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it, but hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin, and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers had they had anything like this happen on their rounds, but they just made ghost jokes, looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you, no. It was now over by the window. That's when I went from, ha-ha, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliche, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun, kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me, and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers, and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm gonna call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria, while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remember feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. Back when I was captain in the fire department, we responded to a house fire early in the morning. When we arrived, the roof was breached. The flames had taken out 2 windows on the 2nd floor of a split-level home. We made entry even though the roof was breached. The thermocline was about 2 feet off the 1st floor. We wouldn't have gone in at all, but a child was missing, and the father and the mother had gotten out of the house, but they couldn't get to their daughter's room. The father was treated for burns on his hands and forearms as he had tried to go in after her. Suffice to say, they were frantic. They told us that her room was on the 2nd floor, 2nd door on the right. Simple enough. We made entry, and the stairs faced the door. Rapid bursts from the TFT to the ceiling brought the smoke level up to about 4 feet from the floor. That's when my handline man and I saw something that neither of us could explain. I saw motion to the left, down on the main floor. Someone was walking around downstairs. I pointed to my handline man and he saw it too. We couldn't see a body as the person was in the smoke, but we could see the legs and the feet clearly. It looked to be a man wearing olive green trousers and leather shoes. I wouldn't say that the legs were dancing, but they were certainly moving in a way that got our attention. We redirect back down the stairs and see the legs go into the door on the right side of the small hallway. We both saw the legs go into that room. We get down the hallway and the door is closed. Feeling the door, there weren't flames behind it, and we made entry to discover that we were in the bathroom. The light was on, and curled up in the bathtub was the little girl. There was no one else in the room with her. We broke out the window and got her to a 2nd crew keeping the house next door from catching fire. We looked around the bathroom again and we couldn't find the man that we'd both seen going into the bathroom. There was nowhere for him to hide in there. We withdrew from the house and did exposure control as the house was a complete loss. With the fire already ingressing into the living room, the parents had gone with their daughter to the hospital where she was checked and cleared to go later that morning. The man suffered only 1st and small 2nd-degree burns on his hands and forearms. The family stopped by the station, wanted to thank us for saving their daughter. They asked us how we knew to check the 1st floor bathroom, and I asked them if they knew anything about a man in olive green trousers and leather shoes. The man pulled out his phone. After a minute of thinking, he showed us a picture of 2 old men standing in a lawn. One of the men was clearly wearing olive green trousers and those leather shoes. The man we had seen on the 1st floor had passed away in 1976 and was the man's father. The little girl's grandfather had shown us where she was. We were all pretty speechless. It's the only time I've ever seen a ghost during a response. My brother is a firefighter. A few years ago, he responded to a call for a house fire. The neighbor had called in saying the vacant house for sale next door was on fire. The houses weren't too far apart, but not close enough where you could clearly see into the windows. The operator did tell them that you could hear his wife in the background yelling about seeing someone in one of the upstairs windows, but she seemed rather angry, saying that it was all the trash causing the fire to get worse. So, my brother and his co-workers arrived, and were all able to put it out. He said that there was no one inside, but it looked like there'd been a squatter living upstairs. So it was believed that the squatter caused the fire by accident in the bedroom upstairs, and he or she left after the wife saw him or her through the window. End of story, right? Nope. The damage wasn't terrible, so the house was eventually fixed and put on the market. A young couple bought it, and after a few months, the police responded to a call on the house by the same neighbors. The same man who had called last time called about hearing screaming inside, and the operator said that she could hear the wife in the background yelling about the woman puking everywhere. It ended up being a case of domestic violence, and things were handled accordingly. Apparently, one of the cops went over to talk to the neighbors about what they had heard and questioned how his wife had seen the woman puking when that didn't happen near the windows and the blinds were mostly shut. The guy looked confused, said that he didn't have a wife and had never had a woman living there. The recording of the 911 call was played back, and sure as shit, a woman was heard in the background. This story got back to my brother, and he did some digging. There was only one thing he could find that would give any sort of answer. The reason the house was put up for sale was because a middle-aged woman who had owned the house had died in the house. My brother actually got around to asking the neighbor about her. The neighbor said that she was a very neat person. Everything always had to be in its place, almost OCD about her home and her things. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown, all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building, and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m. Whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, but since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, "Let me get you boys a cup of coffee." So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting. I was a medic, off duty at the time, in California, and a car had rear-ended a large truck carrying a load of large metal pipes used for water and storm drainage. Seeing no ambulances in sight, only police, I drove along the emergency lane. I told a police officer that I was a medic, and I showed him my badge. The people in the vehicle were definitely dead. In fact, you couldn't even see their heads. I still checked as best I could to find a pulse. It was procedure, but of course, there was none. Moving on, I helped others who had been hurt in the pileup. Ambulances had finally arrived, and I was about to leave. Yet I noticed several puzzled-looking police officers looking under the tarp that they had placed over the dead bodies in the car. And they were looking around it, under it, everywhere. Curious, I went over and asked what they were doing. They said that they were looking for the head of the driver. The passenger's head was still attached, but barely. I just stood there for a moment looking at the scene, and then it suddenly came to me. I asked the cops to move the car back. They had already had a tow truck in position at the time. I had them stop after there was enough room between the car and the truck, and I climbed onto the hood of the mangled car. Taking my flashlight out, I looked into the pipe, which had struck the driver. My hunch was right. His decapitated head was inside of the pipe and had rolled down about 10 feet. Turning to everyone who was watching me to tell them, I could see that they already knew what I found. Some actually vomited, and others looked faint. I have seen worse over the years, but this is one of those ones that you'll just never forget about. The ambulance company I used to work for had a haunted ambulance, Rig 12. A lot of EMTs had their own stories about it, mostly involving weird noises coming from the patient compartment or the electronics going haywire. I never put much stock into paranormal stuff in general, but my experience was with my partner and I, and it was in Rig 12, posted in a rural community around 3 a.m. It was pitch dark and dead quiet. We were both dozing up in the cab. I was in the driver's seat and she was in the passenger seat. I woke up to a muffled voice. I initially thought my partner was trying to talk to me. I told her I was trying to sleep. I rolled over toward the window and closed my eyes again. Then I distinctly heard a male voice say, "Oh my God, am I dying?" Followed by what sounded like heavy breathing for a couple of seconds and then complete silence. My partner and I both sat straight up and looked back into the patient compartment where it sounded like it came from. It was quiet for a couple of seconds. Then we heard the click of an oxygen bottle regulator and hissing like it was leaking. I turned on the compartment lights and we both piled out of the rig. Initially, I thought a transient may have climbed in the back while we were asleep, was messing with stuff. So we walked around the back of the rig, opened up the back doors. No one was back there. I checked both oxygen bottles. Neither were opened. Needless to say, we kept the lights on in the rig and didn't sleep much after that. I don't know if I believe in hauntings, but I guess it would make sense for an ambulance to be haunted. Rig 12 had been in service with various agencies for over a decade. It'd probably seen its fair share of patients die in the back. I rode in it a couple of shifts after that, but nothing else strange happened that I can recall. On the eastern side of the United States, the rural nature of reservations allow things to remain undisturbed, keeping things like certain creatures, sacred land, and specific family traditions hidden from the city's growth and from prying eyes. We've got plenty of traditions, and we've got plenty of lore. Growing up, I got to experience these traditions and this lore firsthand. After all, an elder's gift of warning to the youth holds more value than their little hands or even their minds can grasp. So, traditions. My brother Palm and his friend Chuck had a pretty successful moonshine business on the res. At the early age of 11, I was taught how to make moonshine near a small hidden creek off a long dirt trail near our property. Chuck had stolen the materials from work to make the makeshift distiller. He and my brother rode their bikes down the long dirt trail, and before the sun had even risen that day, they were already up making sure the lab was undisturbed, checking on the fermentation of the mash. They'd make this trip at least every other day. Labs like these aren't easy to build or maintain without the proper knowledge. They're also extremely illegal. That afternoon, after they return home, a couple tribal police officers show up at the door. My brother was a cocky bastard, and he thought he could talk his way out of anything. As soon as he opened up the door, one of the officers grabbed him and threw him off of our porch and onto the yard. Without words, they proceed to absolutely beat the shit out of him before throwing him in the back of one of their police cars. One of the cops returns to the doorway, and he asks me where my mom is. I say that she's at the store. They ask if I know anything about moonshine, but are quick to believe an 11-year-old asking, "What's moonsun?" I felt pretty clever coming up with that little routine on the spot. When the tribal police left, I called Chuck's house, and his sister answered the phone, saying the cops had just picked him up too. She tells me that I need to get rid of the operation, wreck the whole thing before the cops find it. Dusk has approached, and my fearless outlaw alter ego would turn back into a small 11-year-old boy as the sun would set. I hated it when the sun went down, whether it be stories I was told about the things that would come after me in the dark, or a distorted concept of reality through a child's eyes. I was terrified when Chuck's sister hung up on me. I didn't want to make the trip alone, in the dark. But if the police did find a fully functional moonshine distillery, I knew my brother and Chuck would be going to jail for a long time. So, reluctantly, I grabbed my Little League bat, hopped on my dirt bike, and I started toward the lab. It's full dark by the time I reach the creek. Seeing no police my whole ride, I immediately hopped off my bike, and using all of my body weight, I was able to push the fermenting barrel into the creek, spilling all of the liquid, fermenting fruit and sugar, into the stream. The thick odor of alcohol burnt my nostrils when it poured out. Then I began swinging for the fences to every metal cylinder and pipe near me. I'm sure it sounded like some sort of strange performance in the woods that night, like that group that used to bang on trash cans and other loud shit. It was sort of exciting, so I get it, I guess. Anyway, when I was done, I was physically exhausted. I sat there in the dirt amongst the bent metal, trying to catch my breath and regain some strength before hopping back on my bike. I felt like such a little badass having accomplished my demolition mission, but my ego is put into check when the sound of walking is heard. I thought the tribal police had shown up. I didn't see a flashlight, but the sound was approaching from down the creek. The sound of shuffling rocks under a slow pace of steps. As quiet as I can be, I put the kickstand on my bike, and I try to wheel it and myself behind a cluster of trees, out of sight from whoever's walking this way. When my bike was hidden, I got on my hands and knees and tried to crawl back out to retrieve my bat. It's just beyond my reach by the time the bushes across the creek begin to rustle and separate. Boots did not pass through the branches. Instead, the gravel shoreline was met with big paws. Following the legs up, a rushed assessment of what I'm seeing tells me it's not a cop, so I stand up. I still don't know what it is, though. Its movements are labored as it pushes through the bushes into view. As God is my witness, what fell out of those branches onto the rocks was an unholy monster of hell. Dashing back behind the trees, I watched the biggest gray wolf thing I'd ever laid eyes on. It made multiple attempts to pick itself up off the ground before falling back down again, into the creek water. Its eyes glowed, but its eyelids rested heavy on them. It's pulled itself up the shore, and using a tree for leverage, it was able to pull itself up. This wolf is now standing on 2 feet, easily stretched to 8 feet tall. What was even more unnerving was watching it try to walk on 2 legs, rather than returning to 4. One paw still on the tree, I watch it try to lick the fur from its other arm before it starts making a guttural moan, and then rose up onto its feet in the rocks. Bearing witness to this creature freezes me in unmovable fear. But a very small portion of me was feeling bad to watch this creature get sick like that. Soon, this monster makes a struggling retreat into the darkness of the forest. When the area is once again silent, I jump on my dirt bike and get my ass out of there. When I got home, my mom still wasn't home. So I called Chuck's sister, and I told her everything that happened. When I told her about the monster I saw, she just said, "Oh, you saw the dog man. You're lucky he wasn't hungry. But you still wrecked the lab, right?" I told her that I did, and we hung up. Something tells me I got really lucky that night. What I think is that the dog man was drinking from the creek when I dumped the moonshine into it. And by the time I'd made enough racket to warrant an investigation, the thing was already too intoxicated. The next day, tribal police found what was left of the moonshine business, but it was too destroyed for us to not argue that it was just discarded litter in the forest. When Chuck and my brother got released, they were back out in a different spot, making a new distiller by the end of that week. I never went all in on moonshining. The woods, they always unsettled me a bit after that. I stuck to daytime work and I stayed armed, but even still, I didn't like it. This incident happened in late summer 2018. It was in the mountains of North Georgia. I'm a surveyor with 20 years experience in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and North and South Carolina. So I'm extremely comfortable in the woods as I spend so much time outdoors, most of the time being very far back in the forest. And a great deal of it is on national forestry land, where you don't see anyone for days at a time. On the day it happened, I was surveying a piece of property on a small Corps of Engineers lake bordering a large tract of national forest land. I was opening a robotic survey total station, transit, which means you don't need a partner to run a survey crew, and instead of having 2 or 3 people on a crew, you generally work alone. The property was fairly large, approximately 500 acres made up of mostly steep mountains and hollows covered in dense mountain laurel. I had just finished up cutting a traverse line along the property line, running to the top of the ridge, roughly 350-400 feet away, with my machete. Traverse lines are typically about 5 feet wide and cut as close to the ground as possible to ensure a line of sight for the instrument. I'd just walked back down the slope to get ready to traverse to the top of the ridge when I noticed someone or something hairy, wearing what I originally thought was a hat, slowly walk across the opening that I'd just made a few minutes earlier, and it stopped to look at me. It had a large hand reaching up to grab a tree limb that it was next to. At the time, I thought someone must have been walking or hiking at the top of the ridge. It's not uncommon to see people from time to time, but then I realized that it was way too hot to be wearing a large, shaggy brown jacket, as it was in the high 90s. And as it stared down the hill at me, I could make out pointed ears on the top of its head and a long snout. Then it slowly walked out of sight. At this point, I took out my headphones and started paying closer attention to the situation. As I took my headphones out, I realized that it was dead silent in the woods, and in Georgia during the summertime, it's always extremely loud with insects. I waited a few minutes, and I walked to the top of the ridge to see what was going on and to grab my equipment, which I seriously considered leaving, and I noticed disturbed vegetation leading in the direction I saw it walking. Thinking harder about what was going on, I realized that the lower limbs on the tree that I saw it walk behind as it went out of sight was right at 6 feet tall, and what I originally thought to be a jacket was fur. And that's when it all set in, and I got scared. I could hear something moving in the short distance, coming from the area that it had walked to. So I decided to start making the 45-50-minute walk back to the truck. I could hear movement up on the ridge, parallel and above me during my walk back, but I didn't think it was moving in reaction to me necessarily, although I wasn't willing to wait around and find out. I made it to the truck, and since then, I've only told 2 people about my experience, and that was pretty much it as far as the encounter goes. I know it wasn't a bear, as I've been around them my whole life, and I see them all the time. I've definitely been deep in the woods on several occasions, and I've experienced all sounds and signs of life just disappear at the drop of a hat. It takes on new significance now. I carry a pistol every day, and on some occasions a short rifle if the job calls for it due to bears, wild dogs, finding illegal pot-growing operations. But I can definitely say that it brought me zero comfort on that day. I was scared to my very core, and I've got a new sense of respect for the woods now. I would advise that if you work in the woods alone, please pay attention to your surroundings. I think a lot about what might have happened if I hadn't looked up when I did, or if I'd been a little bit slower walking back down the hill. I was probably very close to it, with my back turned before walking downhill with my headphones in, listening to Joe Rogan. If it wanted me, I wouldn't be here today. I firmly believe I was within mere yards of it on the ridge, with no idea I was being shadowed by a monster. People go missing all the time in the woods, and they're never seen again. I believe I know what takes some of them, as I've seen it. Whether you believe me or not, it's of no consequence to me. But it took me a long time to feel comfortable telling anyone about my experience. If it helps one person pay attention in the woods, I'm happy to be called crazy over it. Stay safe and please watch your kids in the woods above anyone else. God bless. I've always attributed my bad luck to having multiple encounters or run-ins with the paranormal, from skinwalkers to ghosts. This is the most terrifying encounter that I might have ever had. When I was 11, my dad had taken me and my younger brother deer hunting on a ranch in Alice, Texas. He'd picked us up from our mom's house at 10 p.m., and we spent 2 hours driving to said ranch. When we got there, my grandpa and older brother were waiting for us, unlocking the gate to the entrance of the ranch. After a few minutes of cussing and rattling with keys, the gate opened. We drove about 10 minutes to get to camp on a long and gloomy dirt road. When we got there, my dad unpacked his and my bags, and I helped unpack my little brother, who was 7 at the time. My dad woke us up around 5 in the morning to get ready for hunting, and I drew the short end of the straw and had to take my little brother. I'm not that much of a complainer type, but when it came to my little brother, back then, he was quite clumsy and noisy. Anyways, he walked us to one of the 5 or 4 deer blinds around the property and gave us a quick briefing about gun safety. Now you might be thinking, leaving a gun with an 11 and 7-year-old is not a smart idea, but he'd already put me in a hunting program that includes how to handle firearms. Back to the story. Once he gave us a briefing, and my little brother had climbed up into the blind, my dad handed me my rifle. Nothing too fancy, just a .22. Something suited for a child to use. Not too much kick, but nonetheless still a firearm that should be used properly. We must have sat there for about 3 hours, and the feeders have a timed release of corn. About 30 minutes goes by, and there's some movement in the brush ahead. Out of the brush emerged a 10-point buck and 2 does. My little brother had started to reach for my rifle, which I had propped up against the wall. I carefully swatted his hand away. He looked up at me with this face that I can only describe as a mix between annoyance and anger. He slumped down in his chair, tears in his eyes, and his lip quivering. I told him I was sorry for hitting him. At the time, I was conflicted with seeing my little brother like this. It just really didn't sit well with me, so I grabbed my rifle and I told him if I had a shot, I'd see what I could do. He just looked and nodded at me as I aimed through the scope and had the buck in my crosshairs. The doe's head snapped up from eating the corn off the ground, and so did the buck's. I assumed they must have heard me or my little brother, but I didn't remember him crying loudly or my rifle thudding against the wooden slot. No, it was something else. It wasn't because of me or my brother. I've seen this before in documentaries. Their wide-eyed stare and their fixated eyes at the brush. It was like a switch, you know? The forest or brush booming with insects and birds chirping suddenly stopped. Only the wind and occasional breathing from me and the deer. They say when a whole forest goes quiet, a big predator is about. But the only big predators we have this far down in South Texas are coyotes, especially in that ranch. The deer seemed to snap out of their trance and ran off in the opposite direction from where they came. I sat back down with my little brother, who had fallen asleep, and I propped my rifle against the wall. I double-checked that it was steady and that the door was locked with the bolt and the padlock secured. Hours passed, and it was late evening. We were already about to get out of the blind when my brother tugged on my arm and pointed at something near the feeder. I looked back and I saw something large and bulky. It was on all fours, sniffing loudly at the feeders. Assuming it was a wild boar, which are present on the ranch, I grabbed my rifle. I sat down in my chair and took aim. Between the fading sunlight and the lack of lighting in the blind, I could barely make out the thing. But as the moon came out, I got a better look at it. And no, it wasn't your typical full moon bullshit about werewolves. It was a waxing gibbous, and it was enough to light the figure. While I was staring at this thing, chills ran up my spine. What I originally thought was a boar was this large dog. It had the head of a German shepherd, but much bigger. Its upper torso was like a man's but covered in dark black fur. Its ears were sharp and perked like a dog's. Its muzzle, exactly like a canine's should be. Out of nowhere, the thing stood up on its hind legs, started sniffing the air. I looked at my brother, who was white as a ghost, and tears ran down his eyes. When I looked back, it was in front of the window of the blind, peeking in. Its sharp yellow teeth dripping in saliva and a substance I couldn't see at the time. Its eyes piercing yellow, and I swear I saw a smile. Sometimes there's things science can't explain, nor our brains can, and for certain, this was one. After minutes, which felt like an eternity, it started walking around the blind, its loud, heavy footsteps circling the blind, claws dragging across the wooden walls. Its loud sniffing. After 5 minutes, the footsteps stopped, and then I heard a loud thud on the blind. It was on the roof. The blind was at least 5 feet tall, and the thing was just as tall, if not taller, as it was able to peek through the window of the blind. I took my rifle off the safety, and I took aim at the roof, and I shot. I hit something as a blood-curdling howl erupted from the rooftop. Then a loud thud and quick, heavy footsteps running towards the brush. A few minutes later, our father picked us up, and we told him about our experience. He told us we were just seeing things, eyes merely playing tricks. But we insisted, so he checked the trail cams, the one near our blind. He saw reflected eyes right near the blind. Most people know that canines' eyes reflect light in the dark, and most predators' eyes do too. He thought it was a coyote, but he quickly realized the eyes were massive. After a few days, we left, and I've never had another run-in with it since. My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark. But my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up, like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamacy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us, within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. "I'm pretty sure they are." My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice. So I believe I saw a crawler on November 19th, 2021, in Utah. I remember this specifically because I was outside smoking in my car, waiting for the blood moon eclipse on the 19th of November at 2:02 a.m. It was 1:53 a.m. when I first started to look at the clock in my car. Then I saw something move in the rearview mirror, so I flipped around, and I saw this big creature, bigger than a dog or even a mountain lion. And keep in mind, I live on the mountain right up against it, and I've seen mountain lions before. This creature was big at the shoulders and a little smaller towards the back. I didn't see its face, but it was all white, and it glowed under the moon. I've got 2 white dogs, and at first I thought it might have been them, escaped from the yard. I wanted to call to it to see if it was them, but then I got a sinking feeling like dread or fear, and so I stayed quiet. I realized it was walking all messed up, and I tried to take a picture of it, but it was too far down the hill. And then, at 1:57, I grabbed my shit and ran inside. I was in my room by 1:58, and I stayed there all night. There was scratching most of the night, and I've honestly never experienced anything like that. It scared me to death. I haven't been able to shake it out of my head since. My brain keeps trying to justify it as a mountain lion, but my eyes know what they saw. Has anyone had a similar experience? We grew up in the upstate of South Carolina where there's nothing for miles. My best friend told me an encounter him and a mutual friend had while driving down an old country road. Said that they were just taking a drive, drinking a few beers. When they turned a sharp curve in the road, they saw what at first they thought was a man on all fours. But as they got closer, they realized it wasn't a man. But it had a head of a man. The thing's body stretched over halfway over the road. It wasn't pale white, but he described it as like a dark ash. And he said that the thing, it never looked back. It was just the back of the head. He said he stopped a few meters away because he wanted to run up to the thing. So he slammed on the brakes, while our mutual friend Andrew was screaming to drive. You'd just have to know my best friend James to know, but James got out of the car. He said it was like a man, but with very long legs and arms that turned up backwards, kind of like a grasshopper. It's how he explained it. He said that it didn't move like, well, when it moved, it was moving not straight forward, but sideways, like a crab. I had a similar experience 2 years later. I'll have to write about it another time after work, but has anyone seen this? The last summer I worked as beach security. First, I'm going to give a little backstory. When I was younger, I worked for my lake community during the summer season for as long as I can remember. The jobs ranged from dishwasher, maintenance worker, and boat tender. My last job, and longest one, was beach security. The lake had a small beach with a building that had a game room, a deck overlooking the beach, a restaurant, a small motel, and a lobby for guests of the hotel and restaurant. I was assigned to check in guests of the beach and make sure that they were members in good standing who paid their community dues, and also to enforce the rules beset on the whole area. I would get a lot of flack from this job, from Karens, crusty teens, and other idiots who were up for the summer. It came with all of the drama that you would see on a CW teen drama show. The story took place during the summer and fall of 2011. I graduated college and I promised myself that this would be the last year that I would work for the community. I was tired of the drama and I was ready to find a real job. To bank more money this year, I also took the position of doing night duty as beach security. For this job, I'd monitor the property for 3 more hours after the game room and restaurant closed at 11 p.m. I would make sure that no one was trespassing on the property. I would mostly walk the property and then stay in the lobby area, watch TV, play on my Nintendo DS until my shift was over. 98% of the time, it would come and go. And sometimes I would see the occasional deer, raccoon, fox, and black bear walk the deck. I'd also have to ask people to leave or call the community security for assistance. I should mention, I'm an unarmed security guard, and I don't own anything for self-defense at this time in the story. One night in July, I was watching Adult Swim on the TV with the sliding glass door behind me that led to the deck. The show that I was watching goes to commercial break, and the screen goes black. When that happens, I see on the reflection of the TV someone standing on the deck, looking into the door and looking at me. I immediately jolted up and turned to the figure and just stared at him. The guy was about 5'8", wearing a dirty black hoodie with a white Adidas logo on it, navy blue basketball shorts, and white sneakers. With his hood up, I couldn't make out his face, but I could tell that he was a white male with bright red hair that was underneath his hood and seemed a bit younger than me at the time. He was just standing there, swaying slightly. He had his hands in his pockets. He was staring at me, but also it was like he was looking through me. It took me a second to collect myself, and then I walked to the glass door and slid it open. "Hello, sir. I'm sorry, but the beach and deck are closed for the night. I have to ask you to leave the property and come back when we're open in the morning." Long pause. "When is that?" He was both monotone and seemed tired, but jittery. "That would be 8 o'clock in the morning." "Okay. Can I come in and use the bathroom?" At this point, I felt something much more off about this guy. I've dealt with drunks and people being super high, but this guy seemed to be on something else, and I didn't want any part of it. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed in here unless they're a guest of the hotel and restaurant, which are both closed for the night. Now, please, sir, could you please leave the beach?" He seemed to get a bit annoyed by that, but his body language barely changed. "Fine, I guess I'll just find somewhere else to get shit." He then walks off. I made it a point to follow him off the deck and watch him walk away to make sure he leaves. Instead of heading up the road, he veered off into the woods. He was out of my sight, but I could hear him dragging his feet through the brush and sticks. After that, I walked back into the lobby and locked the door behind me. called the dispatch and reported the incident, asking them to keep an eye out for the guy. 2 a.m. came and I locked everything up, armed the security system, and left. I started to drive out of the beach area, and as I started to turn left, a balloon full of this red liquid stuff flew from the woods and slammed against my passenger window. Got startled and floored it out of there. I wasn't going to get out and see what happened there, and I only lived 5 minutes from the beach. I got home and checked out the damage. My passenger door was covered in red paintball paint. The impact was enough to dent my door. I called it in and asked to keep their eyes out, check the area for the guy. The next day, I was told that they didn't see anybody there, but I got reports of the same thing happening to other residents, cars, houses. I was pissed, but also unnerved that it happened to me in the first place. Time had passed and it was fall. The beach closed for the season, but they still needed a night guard to make sure no one vandalized the property. It was the week of Halloween, and it was also my last night. I'd got a much better job, and this was the last of my 2 weeks' notice. I also went to a Halloween party during the day, and I went all out as Jason Voorhees, with a real machete from Walmart as well. I was wrapping up for the night and just sitting outside of my car, talking my friend's ear off on my cell phone. As I was talking, I could hear some leaves rustling and twigs snapping in the woods behind the dumpster. I told my friend that I had to go, and I hung up. This was my dumb white person move in a horror movie moment. I walked slightly closer to where the noise was coming from. It was dark, but slightly lit from the parking lot's lights. As I was looking, from behind the dumpster comes the same guy I saw in July. His hood was down, and I could see his hair was longer, with his natural brown roots were longer than the red dye that was left. He began to fast walk up to me, growling, and his face was plastered with rage. He had a black iron pipe in his right hand, and he was swinging it a bit while he came at me. He covered a lot of ground quickly. I ran to my car and I opened my back passenger door. I grabbed the machete I had bought for the party, and I raised it over my head and stood my ground. I don't remember what I said to him. I was filled with so much adrenaline, but I know I cursed a lot. He seemed to stop and just stood there a bit. After I yelled and shook the machete for a bit, he simply turned around and went back into the woods from where he came. As soon as he cleared the dumpster, I got the hell out of there. I was going way too fast for the windy roads my community had. I called not only security, but the police as well. By the time they got there, he was nowhere to be seen again. 4 years later, I moved away from my community and haven't heard anything about the man or anything related to the incident. I now carry a knife, and I still have the same machete in my car, just in case. I've glitched twice at work. I run a custom trim shop, hardwood lumber yard. Both glitches involve long-time customers, guys who I know on site. The first time it happened was around 2010. We had a few contractors who did enough business with us that they had accounts. They could just sign for materials rather than the usual payment on delivery model. I'm not saying all contractors are shady, but there's a lot of the fly-by-night guys who say they'll pay when the job's done, but you never hear from them again. I get that not everyone has the capital to lay out for material, but I've been burned enough times to know the difference between an established business and the cash-on-delivery guys. Anyway, call this customer Mr. C. One day, Mr. C comes in and his left hand is heavily bandaged. Obviously, I ask what happened. Mr. C was cutting a piece of plywood on a table saw by himself. Halfway through, it started to fall off the table. He put his hand down to push it back on top of the table. and sliced the top of his middle finger, half of his ring finger, and all of his pinky off. We talked about it and agreed how table saws are the most dangerous tools. I actually know more guys who have been injured by nail guns, but I was being sympathetic. Anyway, I didn't see Mr. C for 5 or 6 weeks. I saw he had an order ready to pick up one day, and I made sure I was in the shop. I wanted to say hi and check on how he was holding up after his accident. When I walked up to the loading dock, Mr. C and one of our employees were loading red oak baseboards into his box van. Mr. C was using both hands. Both fully fingered hands. I didn't say anything. I just helped him load the material into the van and made sure the paperwork was in order. After he pulled out, I said something to my employee about how I thought Mr. C had cut his fingers from his left hand. My employee just looked at me weird and said he didn't know what I was talking about. This employee knew Mr. C's accident. He was there the day that Mr. C showed up in bandages. I know that we discussed it, and nail guns. No one in the shop knew what I was talking about, so I let it go. Mr. C officially retired a few years ago, with all of his fingers. My second glitch actually had a witness. July 2018. I was eating lunch in the break room with one of our older employees. We weren't talking, just eating our microwave leftovers, staring at our phones. He grunts and says, "Mr. K died." I was taken aback and he showed me the obituary. Mr. K had been killed in an automobile accident the previous weekend. Arrangements were scheduled at the local funeral home on Friday. I felt bad that I couldn't go to the calling hours. Mr. K had been a friend of my grandpa's. They were both carpenters. My kid had friends coming over for a sleepover that night, so I wasn't going to cancel it to go to a calling for a guy I didn't really know. My dad was going anyway, so our family was still represented. Fast forward to January 2019. The same employee walks into the office and says that he has a customer that requires assistance. That's our usual code for, here's a Karen that we don't want to deal with. I walk out to the warehouse, and standing there is Mr. K. Longtime employee walks behind Mr. K, looking at me with his eyebrows raised so high they're disappearing into his ball cap. I was stunned. I greeted him, shook his hand. I asked him how he's been doing. He said he's been fine. We found the couple of boards he needed for his project. He paid and was on his way. As he was pulling out, my employee said, "I swear, I thought he was dead." Amazed that I wasn't the only one this time, I agreed. We talked for a while about how we both remembered the obituary. I went back to the office and called my dad. I asked him if Mr. K was alive. He said he hadn't heard otherwise. Dad didn't remember going to a funeral. I've only talked to my employee about it one other time. We chalked it up to an oddity, but it still weirds me out. I usually just enjoy reading the personal encounters of others, but I feel like sharing one of the weirdest and creepiest encounters of my life. I'm not a skeptic nor a firm believer of the paranormal. I would say I am in between. In terms of experiencing stuff, I tend to look for the most logical reasoning for it, as much as possible. I don't want to think of it as paranormal. I live in a province somewhere in the Philippines. My work at the time was in the city. If I'm not mistaken, this city used to be an army barracks and fort during World War II. Part of it was changed to a fast-growing city business district. My work there was customer support for a European business, and most of my shifts were graveyard, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. There are only a handful of people working on the graveyard shift, about 15 on weekdays and half of that on weekends. This happened on a weekend. I got to work around 8 p.m.-ish. When I got in, I saw that there were around 3 people in the area. I thought, well, okay, it's still early. A friend of mine who was a supervisor, sitting 2 aisles away from me, kept glancing at my end as I put my stuff on my workstation. I looked up to him and I gave him a small wave. He called me over and let me take a seat on his side. And then he asked me, "Did you come alone?" I looked at him confused and I was like, "Yeah." He gave a weird look and then said, "I saw you with someone when you came in. He was just behind you, just following you until you got to your workstation. I even thought it was your boyfriend or something." I was like, "Dude, we can't have unauthorized personnel here, and I'm pretty sure I was alone when I got here." He just looked at me weirdly. He claims to have a sixth sense, and he told me that it might be an elemental of sorts that's attached itself to me. The weird part was my mom used to tell me that when I was not at home, there was this figure that could be seen roaming inside my room. This figure, from what my mother said, was just pacing inside. She knows it's not me because of the build of the shadow. It was distinctly male. And that was my friend's description as well. Now, I'm not sure if it is still attached to me, since I haven't really felt any presence, but other people seem to see it at random times, just beside me or in my room. At first, I actually thought that what my friend saw was probably an apparition of a soldier because of the area where we work. But with my mom saying that she can see this figure in my room, I think it might have followed me to work that time. I live in a small town. You blink and you miss it. The best we can boast about is a single stop sign and a gas station, which we only have because of the nearby highway. Any actual semblance of a town is 25 minutes away. So when things get scary out here, it's amplified. The occasional homeless person is no big deal. They're often drifting through. Drug addicts run rampant and will steal everything they can from your house, but it's the normal out here. However, what happened a few years ago certainly wasn't normal. Originally, I was dead asleep in my bed. I only woke up because it was burning hot in my room, but it was summertime and not much I could do. I just remember tossing and turning until I got a creepy feeling that fell into the pit of my stomach. I glanced over to the bathroom door that was open with the light on. Everything was normal. I left the light on so I wouldn't trip and die if I had to pee in the middle of the night. Next, I glanced at the window directly across from my bed. I had no curtains, but I had a shitty set of blinds. Part of the blinds were broken from wear and tear, and the crappy AC unit beneath it would make them move back and forth, so you'd get a glimpse outside every so often. The yard light was still going, but what made me stop was the outline at my window. The figure of someone was directly at my window, almost like it was waiting for the blinds to move, to watch me. I didn't have an imagination as a child. That had been trained out of me, but the sight was enough to pour every horror film into my head at that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut, and I pulled the blankets over my head and slept in a cloth oven that night. By morning time, the figure was gone. I remember running to my mom's room on the verge of tears in the morning, telling her what had happened. She laughed at me like I was an idiot and told me that it was probably just a stray cat that had climbed up there for one odd reason or another. I almost believed her since my window was pretty high off the ground, but something didn't sit right. Later that day, when we were doing yard work, I glanced over at my window and saw one of our metal patio chairs had been pushed up to it. I pointed it out to my mom, who proceeded to chew me out. "That's how the cat probably got up there, moron. Stop leaving furniture everywhere." But I hadn't moved it. It was heavy enough that I struggled with it. So we moved it back, and so began a pattern. At night, I'd see the figure, complain to my mom, and we'd find a chair moved back every single morning. This went on for weeks. My mother stopped caring about my concerns. Until one morning, we saw where the outside screen of my window had been sliced open. I still remember her shaking her head and complaining about those damn stray cats that we still had yet to see. I could tell that she was unnerved by that development, though. I couldn't handle it anymore, and I opted to sleep in our living room that night. The only problem was our kitchen and living room were connected, which meant there were always several windows. The first night of my move went well, despite my back hurting from the couch. I avoided my room like the plague. It wasn't until about 4 days later we ran into an issue. I woke up and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It read a little past 3 a.m. I couldn't understand why I'd woken up until it happened again. There was a beam of light shining in from the kitchen window, almost like someone was shining with a flashlight. I saw it trace along the walls and land on the love seat across from the couch I was on. I was horrified. When I told my mom, she continued to laugh at me. I gave in and decided I would sleep in my dad's room, even though it had a gigantic window. He slept in the recliner with a huge TV, so I felt more safe having someone around. The yard light was directly outside the window. It seemed foolproof. That was until I woke up out of habitual fear and watched through the window across from the bed. Everything seemed normal as time wore on, and I felt like a moron. Maybe my mom was right. That was until I saw a lone figure come out of the woods by the backyard shed, walk directly under the light, and head to the patio furniture, like he'd been there plenty of times before. I still remember the large build of the man and the confidence, like he was the one who lived here and wasn't creeping around my yard in the dead of night. I just remember listening to the TV until I fell asleep again, hoping to get another glimpse. My dad would have been pissed if I woken him up. He was grumpy on a good day and terrifying on a bad day. I didn't feel like risking it unless I had solid proof, because I was scared. The next morning, my mom chewed me out again for the patio furniture, which was routine almost a month later. But this time, something new happened. She demanded I stop playing in the toolboxes of the garage. A bunch of tools had been taken out and left on our doorstep. Screwdrivers, a large hammer, flashlights, etc. It wasn't me. I begged with my mom and pleaded with her, just stay up with me, one night. We couldn't close our garage because it was an open carport, and I wasn't going to get my ass beaten for touching tools because of someone else. It was driving me mad. Finally, she agreed. That night, we would stay awake in the living room. I finally fell asleep before my mom did, but I remember her waking me up in a panic. She pointed to the window that overlooked the garage. We could see the top of someone's head as they walked back and forth. There was the sound of someone placing metal tools down on brick steps, as if they were trying to be quiet but couldn't fully muffle it. She whispered for me to go wake my dad. My dad was angry, having been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic daughter. He grabbed his pistol and headed out from the back door, towards the front of the house where the garage was located. We heard my dad screaming and someone dropping tools, then the shot of a gun, twice. The frantic footsteps pounding out of the garage felt like they were coming from my chest. My mom peeked out the window and then opened the door. My dad stumbled in. He had missed both shots because of his unstable aim, but he told us that there was a man crouching at our front door, looking at our door handle. None of us slept that night, and in the morning, the law from the closest town arrived. They didn't do much besides ask if anything had been stolen, for a description of the man, and then told us to install cameras. That was it. They said the guy was probably just looking for something easy to steal, for quick money. If that had been the case, why hadn't he stolen the tools, the generator, the welder, or broken into any of the vehicles just sitting in the garage? We finally set up hunting trail cameras around the house, but nothing's happened since. Coming home from college for the holidays, I still have nightmares about the incident years later when I sleep in my own bed. I don't know what he was looking for or why he did the things he did. Whatever the case may be, man at the window, let's not meet. I figured I would share this story that happened to me about 15 years ago while working as a night auditor in a hotel. Basically, I worked from midnight till 9 in the morning, 5 nights a week, for a few years at this hotel. I'd always heard stories about it possibly being haunted, but I had never had any experiences at all for the first few years, other than weird noises that could have been attributed to just about anything. Anyways, at this job, I would usually sit in the main office, work on my laptop during my shift while watching the security monitors. The office where I sat has a large desk, like a school principal or someone would have, and the monitors, maybe 15-inch computer monitors, are all the way on the other side of the office, facing me, about 15 or 20 feet away. Anyways, I would normally just work on stuff or surf the internet on my laptop and watch the monitors in case any guests would show up in the lobby to check in or out or to ask for towels, etc. Keep in mind, during my shift, I'm the only employee there for the whole night. Anyways, while most of the nights were pretty quiet and uneventful, one particular night I kept feeling uneasy for some reason. I felt like I was being watched. Something just felt off. I brushed it off as just being tired and just tried to ignore it. It has been a while ago now, so I can't remember all the details leading up to it, but something very strange and terrifying happened that night. At least enough so that I've shared this story with countless people over the years. Some of you might think it's no big deal, but you'd have to experience it for yourself to know what it's like. Basically, while already feeling uneasy and sitting at the office desk, I saw a thick, dense black fog literally flying around the lobby on the security monitor. Even as I type this, I'm getting insane goosebumps. My initial thought was, what the fuck is that? And I got up to take a closer look at the monitor. It was still there, moving around every corner of the room. Keep in mind, I've always watched these monitors for several hours a night, and I've never seen anything like this. No, I was spooked out, bad. The hair on my arm stood up, and I got terror chills. I got enough courage to take a peek through the door to see if I could see it in person, not just on the monitor. But I saw nothing at all. I then went back to look at the monitor again, and it was still there. That's when I had an idea. I was going to screen capture it by pressing print screen on the keyboard. Each of the 2 monitors was hooked up to 2 separate computers, and I kid you not, as soon as my hand went for the print screen key, the black mass flew away as fast as it could toward the bottom left of the screen. But luckily, I got at least a tiny piece of it before it was gone forever. The even more effed up thing is that the camera did record video for 72 hours before recording over itself. But when I went back to watch the tape, there was no mass at all. Makes zero sense. Anyways, feel free to look at the screen capture I was able to get. And if anyone knows what this is, please let me know. This was 2002. I was 13 at the time, and several members of my family were staying at the Four Seasons in Santa Barbara for a family reunion. Beautiful hotel. Most in the area are, but I was extra excited this year because normally we stay at the Super 8. Very different vibe. My little cousins were staying at the hotel, and me being the oldest cousin, I was in charge of keeping them entertained for a good part of the day. No complaints here. Between the pools, entertainment rooms, and just about everything else, I was exploring like a little kid too. At one point, my aunt came down to the pool and asked to relieve me of my duties. So I decided that I'd head back to my parents' room, order some room service, and take a nap. On my way back to the room, I couldn't help but notice that it was so quiet in the hotel. The large open lobby was empty, and I've never seen it that way. And the lighting seemed dimmer, hazier, if that's a word. It seemed like there was a layer of haze. It didn't feel like steam or smoke, though. I felt nothing, just an observable haze. I found myself walking around the lobby, peering at the front desk every once in a while, noting for the first time since we'd been there that nobody was present. I then paused in place. I swear I could hear something. Something fun was happening somewhere, far away. I saw a staircase off to the side, leading downstairs. As far as I knew, all the rooms and activities were upstairs, and none of them were like a party room. So I couldn't help but wonder what was down there. Without much thought, I just started walking in the direction that I heard the sound. As I got closer, I could hear the sounds of a party, celebration of sorts. Glasses clinking, laughter mixed with the hum of talking voices. Music was being played, and it sounded like a big band style music, or something old. So I kept following, only slightly wary of ascending down into the unknown. As I kept walking, I realized something. The music, the sounds, they weren't actually getting louder or quieter. As I ventured down the stairs, it just stayed the same volume, maintained the sound of a party behind some large closed doors or something. I reached the bottom of the stairs and looked for a light switch. The switch was one of those that had a slit in it. It looked like a switch except for the actual switch. Basically, you needed a key or something to turn the lights on. I could still hear the party, but I wondered what anyone could be doing down here in the dark. It wasn't pitch black where I was standing, but I wasn't willing to walk into the darkness alone. Besides, it was clear that there wasn't an actual party in there. Before heading back to the stairs, I stood and just listened. A distant party. Oh well. I started back up the stairs, and before reaching the top, I was greeted, or startled rather, by a man in business attire. He looked just as surprised to see me there. He asked me if I was turned around and if he could help. Without hesitating, I asked him what that sound was. We were silent. But this time, no music, no party. He looked at me. I looked at him, and I said, I swear I heard music and a party. Before I could even finish my thought, he did. Yes, exactly, I said. No parties down here, not for a long time anyway. This used to be the ballroom. Now it's just home to my dusty office. Sorry, not that exciting. Okay. I smiled and eased past the guy to continue walking up the stairs. The lobby was filled with people. Multiple employees at the front desk, people standing in line, kids running, and parents telling them to stop. I even could notice the lighting difference. It was brighter, like it usually was. I wasn't exactly sure what the flip had just happened. It was weird, for sure, but I wasn't exactly scared by it. However, when I got back to my parents' room, they seemed upset, asking me where I had been. I was confused and told them that I was just getting back from the pool, that my Aunt Erin had excused me. But what my mom said next gave me chills. Major chills. Yeah, that was over an hour ago. I had a heck of a time trying to explain my experience to my parents. Naturally, they didn't buy it and told me that I shouldn't be wandering around the hotel alone, and I shouldn't be talking with strange men in the hallways. They didn't get it. But that's okay, I suppose, because neither did I. I was scared by the time loss, but I leveled with myself that since I didn't walk away from the experience injured or terrified, maybe I'd just experienced something really cool, like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. Both my mom and dad have told me this story, and I believe it because this is the only thing they both agree on. They divorced in 1988, and I first heard this story many years later. Back in the mid-70s, they got married and moved to Tennessee from Ohio. One New Year's Eve, they stayed with some friends. My mom says she doesn't even think they were drinking or smoking weed, which I find hard to believe considering I know how they were back then. But if she says they weren't, they probably weren't. Both of them were laying on the floor watching TV while their friends sat on the couch. Their young daughter was in bed sleeping. My mom heard shuffling and looked over from the TV to the doorway to the hall. She saw a short female making her way toward the bathroom. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned nightgown and sleeping cap. My mom asked the friends where they got their daughter that nightgown and cap and said they were cute. They said their daughter didn't have a nightgown or cap, that she just had pajamas. Mom looked at Dad and asked if he'd seen that, and he said he had. They checked the bathroom and nobody was in it. There was nowhere else for anyone to go. They checked the bedroom and the daughter was in bed sleeping in her pajamas. The house sat down below the road, which curved right as it got to the house and ran along in front of it. The friends told my parents that one night, somebody drove straight off the road and crashed through the roof into the living room, landing on the old lady that lived there and killing her. It was her that they saw. I live in Medford, Oregon, and I'll preface this by saying that I realize brass knuckles are illegal. But here's a story of how they saved mine and my boyfriend's life back in 2017. It was date night, and I met my boyfriend, who's now my husband, down at a little brewery called the Copper Plate. After a couple of drinks, we closed out the tab, and I suggested that we take a walk in the park across the street. It was a beautiful, clear night, without a cloud in the sky. Once in the park, we found a wooden bench to sit on and just watch the stars. It was actually pretty enchanting. It felt like pure magic as I soaked in the view, snuggled next to the love of my life. This perfect moment was soon interrupted by rustling in the bushes across the pathway from us. My boyfriend is in the process of feeling me up and he stops, indicating we both feel uneasy by the sound we just heard. My boyfriend turns back around and we're both sitting silent on the park bench, eyes locked on the shrubbery across the pathway, waiting for another sound or movement, and hopefully explanation to the sound. We hear the bushes shake again, but we don't quite see anything yet. My boyfriend whispers that it sounds too big to be a raccoon. He suggests maybe a deer. I'm about to say that it could be a bear when out steps one big red boot, followed by a heavy-set man wearing a tightly stretched Pennywise clown outfit from It and full makeup. Maybe it was because I was nervous or something, but my first reaction was to laugh. It was quiet enough to where my boyfriend could hear me, but I wasn't sure the clown heard or not. But he stopped, right in front of us. After a few moments, maybe even a whole minute of him standing there, staring at us, I realized that my laugh was more of a reflex, and that I wasn't feeling very humored right then. I tightened my grip on my boyfriend's hand and asked him under my breath, what the fuck was this guy doing? He squeezed my hand back, and then he asked the guy, "Hey man, any chance you want to find another place in the park to stand and stare?" Then the clown man decided to answer the question by pulling a rather large knife out of one of his sleeves and shaking his head no. We both stand up immediately. My first thought is that this has got to be some sort of prank, but my boyfriend tells me to run across the street back towards the car. Before I can tell him to come with me, the guy charges towards my boyfriend. He lets go of my hand, sort of pushing me to the side, and prepares to dodge the guy, yelling for me to once again go back to the car. I run, but not away. There's no way I can leave my boyfriend in this situation. So, insert brass knuckles my uncle brought back from Mexico a couple of years prior. He's the guy that taught me how to fight, and I was decent at throwing a punch. These just gave me that extra power. I always kept them in my purse because what's the point of having brass knuckles if you don't have them when you need them? I grab them out of my bag, I put them on, and I wait for a good time to strike the guy. My boyfriend dodges the guy and even manages to knock the knife from his hands and kicks it off into the distance. The clown man doesn't stop, though. He again runs for my boyfriend, and this time they make contact. Now, my boyfriend is 6 feet tall, but this man has a good couple of inches on him. They both throw hands. I watch my boyfriend make contact with the clown's face, but instead of going down, he barely moves and returns a hit across my boyfriend's face. He stumbled a bit, but rushes the clown, knocking them both to the ground. It's dark, but the streetlight shows me that the two of them are wrestling on the ground. Part of me knows I should listen to my boyfriend and run to the car, but then I see the clown is on top of my boyfriend. He's fucking strangling him. Oh, hell no. Gripping my brass knuckles in my right hand, I run over to the two of them. I position myself in a fight stance behind my boyfriend's head and in front of the clown. It's like he literally doesn't even notice my presence as he tries to squeeze the life from my boyfriend. "Hey, motherfucker!" I shout in his face while pushing his left shoulder with my left hand. The moment his head tilts up at all, I hit him so hard with a solid right hook to his left cheekbone. There's blood now, and I hear a crack. I know it's not my hand that broke, so I followed it up with a second punch. But this time, he was looking straight up at me while still strangling my boyfriend. I put all of my body weight into that punch, and I could hear the brass scrape against the enamel as my fist smashed through his teeth. He flies back, and a few teeth fly out. One of his teeth lands right next to me, and if I hadn't just watched it fly out of his mouth, I'd have thought it was a kernel of corn. So yellow. This man was down and not going anywhere fast. I grab my boyfriend's arm, and I tell him that we need to run to the car. He gets up. He's in one piece, and he agrees we should go. Before running across the street, he darts back slightly and grabs the knife, telling me that if this guy gets away before the cops show up, at least he won't have a weapon. Knife in hand, we run to the car and call the police. Sitting in our car, we can't exactly see anything going on in the park. Where we were and where we left the clown, is covered by tall bushes that border the park. After sitting there a while waiting for the police, I get a tinge of paranoia that they're going to arrest me or something. My boyfriend tells me no way, and I explain the brass knuckles. He tells me just to stash them, that whatever damage they find on that guy was from the two of us trying to fend him off. The police show up, and sure enough, the guy isn't there anymore. His teeth, however, were. One of the officers asks my boyfriend if the teeth are his, as he looks over his face, and he tells them no, that those belong to the clown man, along with the knife. After we finish giving our statements, we sit a while longer, curious if the guy will show back up, if for no other reason than needing medical attention. My boyfriend starts talking me up, telling me how it's the most badass thing he's ever witnessed, how I'm the man of the house, praising me for saving his life, blah, blah, blah. I kiss the guy, tell him to stop, and that I'm just happy nothing worse happened to either of us. He was right, though. We make a killer team, that's for sure. So, to the clown man that fucked up my date back in 2017, I hope we do meet again, so I can knock out some more of your yellow-ass teeth. Around Halloween, when I was about 11, I went to a haunted trail with some friends of mine from karate. Place was your standard high-end haunted trail. You know the kind, with a heated ticket booth, concession stand, and a fire pit where the performers could take their breaks, as well as people who were cold standing in line. The guy introducing us to the trail told us up front that the actors in the trail wouldn't touch us and would be fired if they were caught doing so. So we enter the first part of the trail. It's the kind where there's themed structures, areas, and a few winding paths through the woods leading between them. The paths were lit with red Christmas lights and had chains laying out the path. So there weren't really employees on the trails, just the themed zones at the beginning and end of the trails. The longest trail through the woods was the one that led from the clown section to the part that had a bunch of people with chainsaws toward the end. Something that's important to know about this place is that it was very professional looking. All of the costumes and props, they could have been props for American Horror Story or Saw or something. The clowns all wore old-timey looking costumes that were authentic looking and professionally aged. Plus, they all wore makeup, not masks. A few dozen yards after leaving the clown house, a clown wearing a shitty polyester costume, a rubber mask that couldn't have cost more than $20, walked out of the woods toward the trail. The fake bloodstains on his costume looked like ketchup, not the dark red stuff that had stained the other clown's clothes. I had really long platinum blonde hair at the time, and this dude stumbles up to me and fucking yoinks my hair and holds it up. He pulls a very real kitchen knife, not painted to look rusty or anything, just a standard 9-inch blade with a dark handle, and gets his mask close to me. I could smell whiskey and cigarettes through the mask. He tells me in a thick southern accent, "You got some pretty-ass hair. I think I'll take me some." He set his hand with the knife on my shoulder, and at this point, I stop having a silent, emotional breakdown and tear away from the guy, stomped on his foot and ran away. This made him drop the knife, which made a light metallic noise when it hit the ground. I heard him yell strong obscenities while I was running, and then I watched him slink back into the woods, away from the trail, from a safe distance. Never heard anything more from him. When I was little, I just assumed that he was a worker that didn't quite understand the rules. But as I've gotten older, I realized two things. One, his shitty costume and real knife wouldn't be allowed in this haunted house. Two, with a better understanding of the area around the haunted trail, I realized that there's a trailer park known for drunk redneck antics and meth dealers. In the direction that he came from and returned to. I really don't think that he was supposed to be there. When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. My parents are divorced, and on the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. The house that she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house itself was at least 150 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting crisscross on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse, next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood were coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down in my face, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes were pure black, full of hatred and rage, and a red face. It was a one-winged creature. Blood was dripping from the tips of its jagged, sharp teeth. It was so surreal. I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later that it was part of that fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor and could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair was laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry. I lost all strength. It was frightening. I can't put into words just how bad it was. I did all I could to crawl away from it while clenching my chest. My body was shaking uncontrollably from fear and panic. When I looked over my shoulder, I could still see it laughing at me. My mother's room was a mere 15 feet away from the TV, yet it seemed like forever crawling there. I finally made it to my mom's room and woke her up. I couldn't speak or stand up for quite some time after witnessing what I'd just gone through. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me that her and her boyfriend had seen the same thing weeks earlier, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it all, and I still think of it to this day. I have no doubt that demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when 3 people see the same thing on different occasions, different locations, either we're all crazy or something was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mom has since moved, and thankfully, we haven't encountered that thing again. My sister and I found ourselves in a horrifying situation as we drove to drop me off at college. This was over 8 years ago, just outside of Bozeman, Montana, in a tiny town called Matthews. It was around 6 p.m. and we'd been on the road for hours. And besides having to pee, I was also really hungry. My sister was big on making as little stops as possible, so I'd been patient enough. She told me just a few more miles and we would stop. Before the few more miles was up, we heard a large bang, followed by the car shaking heavily to the left. Then we heard the sound of scraping. We both started checking all of the mirrors, and my sister exclaimed, "Shit." I could see mild sparks flying from the left back side of the car. We had a flat tire. My sister pulled the car over, and together we tried to change our first tire together. It was all going fine, but I really had to pee. We hadn't seen a lot of cars pass by, but enough that I didn't feel comfortable popping a squat right there on the side of the road. I asked my sister if she'd go across the way with me, but she didn't want to leave the car perched up without one of us there. So I ventured across the 2-lane highway myself, to the side with trees lining the way. I hopped across a small ravine and made my way behind some tall trees. Once I found the perfect spot, I turned around and started the process. While I was peeing, I noticed a real run-down house, more like a large shed. It was boarded up, but not fresh. The boards were dirty, and the place was relatively covered in and by the surrounding nature. A tree was actually growing out of one of the windows, not boarded up. It wasn't dark yet, and for some reason, I think that's why I wasn't afraid of this place. I finished up and walked to the road where I told my sister that we had to check out this building back here. She was always trying to take photos of weird things, and this was by definition weird. She told me to come and help with the tire first. Fair enough. We finished putting the spare tire on, which would easily last us till Bozeman. After locking up the car and grabbing her camera, my sister entertains me by visiting the strange shelter across the road. We walk the perimeter, and I find the door, which is boarded up, but it looks as though those boards have been broken. I reach for the door handle just to see if I was lucky enough to encounter an unlocked door. I wasn't. I looked around the door to see if something was in the way. As I was leaning down, reaching for the bottom of the door, I see a shadow cross behind me. It creeped me out so much I almost lost balance. I looked back hoping to see my sister, but she's still on the side of the house. As I turned around to walk back to my sister, I heard the sound of a deadbolt unlocking. I turned just my head to see, was it the door? And the door itself is slowly opening. Before it can even open more than just a crack, I race back to my sister, telling her that we have to go, now. She looks at me, then slightly behind me. Her eyes go wide, and she orders me, "Go, go, run." We both run back to the car. I hear her fussing for her keys and swearing up a storm. She finds the keys, unlocks the doors. We pile in, lock the doors, and as my sister starts the car, I look around frantically. It's starting to get dark, but there's still light. I see nothing, though. I ask her, what did she see? She tells me she doesn't know, but also to stop talking while she gets us out of there. After a few minutes, I ask her again, what did she see? She tells me that behind me, close to the side of the shed where I was just previously standing, she saw a hand, followed by an arm, creep around the side. She said she guessed it was human, but it was terrifying. Thin and gray in color, long nails just reaching out. She was convinced it was the same thing that I saw, but I told her I didn't actually see anything, except, of course, a door unlocking and starting to open, presumably on its own. We still have no idea what we saw out there. A person, some sort of creature. I don't know. I'm just happy that we changed that tire so we didn't have to stick around and find out. I had a weird encounter today at the gym. I usually don't go to this gym too often, but today I walked into the men's changing room and I walked past what looked like a man standing by the mirror,
He was shirtless and was either wearing all black pants or shorts. I couldn't remember. When I walked past, I wasn't paying much attention. But he was just looking straight into the mirror, standing stationary, as I walked behind him to the benches to change, mentioning that he was the only one in there with me. As I walked to the benches, it was really quiet, and each step I took echoed really loud and bounced right back all around me. I don't know how else to explain it. It just didn't feel right in there. But I just ignored it since there wasn't even a reason to feel that way. As I put my jacket in my bag and took everything out of my pockets, I kind of felt eyes looking at me. But I just ignored it as my back was facing him. It felt as if he turned his head to the right to look over at me. When I was done putting my stuff away and I turned back around, he wasn't in front of the mirror anymore. I walked back towards the mirror to walk where I had first come from, to exit. And once I got to the mirror, I looked to my left and I saw him there, posted up by the wall with a very creepy smirk, looking right at me. His eyes, I couldn't really comprehend. His face looked deformed and I was kind of in shock. I paused and got a good look at him, and then I just walked out. He looked like the Truth or Dare face, if you've ever seen that movie. As I was walking out, I said, "You think I'm scared of you, motherfucker?" With no reply, I walked out the changing room door, and I did my workout. I've heard stories of jinns and demons appearing to people in human form, in all black clothing, and just looking like regular people. I've had a couple experiences like that, not too long ago, but what happened today was much more aggressive. Has anyone had a similar experience, or who may know what it could be? Really just kind of shocked. I can't believe that this happened to me. This isn't anywhere close to some of the experiences that other people have shared, but I thought I'd share anyway. I'm a 21-year-old female, but this happened when I was 16, 17. I work for a pool as a receptionist, and every now and then, especially where it's located, you'll get the odd, creepy, or weird customer. But this particular customer experience always stays with me. As most businesses, you get your regulars that come in when you work full-time, and you're bound to start knowing the regulars quite well. This person was one of them. For the sake of privacy, we'll call this man John. He was probably about mid-20s, early 30s. John would usually come in most nights to soak in our spa. More often than not, he'd stay until close. The first few encounters with him were mostly harmless. He would linger around longer than usual and make small talk, and also had intense eye contact with these icy blue eyes that made me feel so uncomfortable. But I put that down to just me not being a huge fan of eye contact. Then one night, he comes in and goes, "Hey, beautiful." I was busy doing something, so I turned around, and it's like he's pressed himself right against the counter. As I turn, I watch his eyes move up from my ass to my face, and he just stares with this massive, gross smile. In hindsight, I should have ended any sort of behavior like that if it made me feel uncomfortable, but at the time, I made some excuse in my head like, he must be in a good mood today, or maybe he didn't mean it like that. What the hell were you thinking past me? So I don't even acknowledge what he said to me and served him quickly just so I don't have to be around him any longer than I have to. And then I make myself look busy so he gets the message that I don't have time for him. He lingers still, and I felt his eyes on me the whole time he was standing there. And I wanted to shrink into nothing at that moment. He tries to start a conversation about his knowledge on chlorine and pH levels and blah, blah, blah. I have to stop him and say, I'm just a receptionist, so I would have no input on this. Have a chat with the lifeguard, though. I'm sure they'll know more about it than me. He then goes, I'd rather talk to you about it, though, and winks at me. Thank God another customer had come in and was waiting to be served, so I say, I'm actually busy at the moment, thank you. His face drops and he sulks away. The nicknames continue for the next couple of days. Beautiful, cutie, gorgeous. Please keep in mind, I was a 16-year-old girl, for starters, and was the worst people pleaser in the world, incredibly terrified of conflict. This experience helped me in some ways as I learned how to set boundaries for myself properly. The straw that broke the camel's back was one night he came in as usual and paid with coins. As I reach my hand out to grab the money, he places the coins in my hand and then holds my hand in his sweaty hand and just smirks at me. I pull my hand away so fast, I accidentally bang my elbow into the desk. He then goes, "Aw, little cutie got a boo-boo. Let me help," and reaches over the desk to grab my arm to look at my elbow. I stand up and take a step back so he can't reach me, and I tell him that I'm fine and to go on through. The next day, I confided in some of my coworkers to see if they had similar experiences with John, and to my surprise, 3 other girls had as well. Just little remarks similar to me, and even one of them remembered seeing him come in with what looked like a 12 or 14-year-old girl in the past. Now, I'm not assuming anything, but after all of this, it didn't look so good. I go straight to my boss and I tell her so she's aware of it, and I let her know the next time he's in that I will say something, and if it continues, I want him to at least be spoken to by someone higher up so he's aware that this isn't appropriate. And worst case scenario, I'd want him banned from the pool. He comes in and says something along the lines of, "What's up, gorgeous?" Which I reply with, "My name's actually fake name. I wasn't going to give this man my real name." And then he just laughs it off as if it was a joke. I then say, "I'd appreciate it if you'd call me by my fake name. Thank you." He rolls his eyes and says, "Nope, you're my cutie," as he's walking off. Then fast forward to that night. I had problems with my car and was waiting for one of my coworkers to come out with some jumper cables to help start it up. And then he comes out of his car. Keep in mind, the pool had closed at 9 p.m. It was 9:30 p.m., and he was just sitting in his car. And he asks what the problem was. I tell him not to worry about it, that I'll be fine. He continues to walk closer to me and says, "I'm good with cars, come on, let me see if I can help." I tell him again that I don't need help and I'm fine. Another man comes out of his car and stands right next to me, a couple feet away from me. I'm standing there. Then another man comes out of his car and stands right next to me, a couple of feet away from me. I'm standing there in an empty car park, 9:30 at night, with no way of transport, and 2 grown men standing in front of me. Before anything is said, my coworker comes out, tall, stocky man, and asks if everything is all good. They don't even look at him, just nod and scurry to their car and drive off. Forever grateful for this man. Honestly, don't know what would have happened without him. Next day, I get him trespassed and later find out that he got charged with harming a minor. So yeah, don't act nice for the comfort of other people, especially if it sacrifices yourself and your feelings. My friend lived in a super rural, small country town, and I'd come to spend the summer with her at her grandparents' house. We were both 13 at the time and thought it would be a good idea to sneak out, walk around the town, maybe stop by the park. As we were walking down this one road, about 30 minutes after we left the house, we noticed somebody following us, wearing all black with a hoodie. We believed the man was following us because of multiple factors. One, it was 3 a.m. and he was the only other person we saw out in the area. It's super rare to see someone else that late in a small town. Two, he was wearing full black, joggers and a hoodie with his hood up. It was pretty warm out, being that it was summer, so it just seemed odd. And three, every time we would stop and look back at him, he would act like he was looking for something. But when we would start walking again, he would do the same. It just seemed suspicious, so we both got pretty creeped out and quickly rounded a corner before hiding in the dark of some bushes. After the guy passed us, we waited about another 30 minutes. Then we decided we should probably head back to her house, so we ran there. Once we got back inside, we couldn't really go to sleep, so we did an all-nighter. The next morning, we saw on the news that a woman was stabbed, assaulted, and killed on the exact road we'd been on that night. And we couldn't help but wonder if the attacker was the man who had been following us. We didn't tell the police because we were scared. We also didn't have much info to give them, other than the fact that it was a male and he was wearing all black. We didn't think we'd be any help. If I was an adult at the time, I for sure would have reported something, but I was a child. Safe to say, we didn't sneak out again after that. When I was 10 or so, I was visiting a small town in Montana called Whitefish. There wasn't much to do at the time, so my mom tasked me with locating a bookstore so I could do something to occupy myself. I Googled and found a Borders in the neighboring town of Kalispell. I decided to call the number listed just to make sure that they were open. A man answered the phone and confirmed the location. He then gave me basic directions on how to get there. It was located next to a large strip mall with a Target and stuff. When my mom and I arrived, there was no Borders. It was completely closed, empty, and shut down. In fact, there were signs on the window of the store that it was going to become. When I called the number back, there was an error tone, and a robotic voice said that the number was disconnected. I'll never forget that. I don't know what the heck happened, or if it was a ghost or what. Maybe it was just someone with an old Borders phone number playing a prank, but it will always make my skin crawl. About a month ago, I started working in a nursing home near where I live. I gotta say, it's not a bad job if strong smells and putrid sights don't bother you. The residents here are usually sweet and lovable, although there are rude, grumpy people here as well. Who can really blame them, though? They don't have many years left, and many of them don't get visitors anymore. It fulfills me to talk with them and to give them someone to talk to since their families are no longer around. All was going well here with this job until they put me on the dementia wing. I always knew that I'd have to work in this wing. They bounce me around the floors pretty much wherever they need me. At first, it was just another normal day. I put together my cart and cleaned the floor. However, after I came back from my first 15-minute break, I started getting very unsettled. I'm not sure what caused this trigger, but if I had to guess, it was because I was too tired to really take in how creepy this side of the facility was. The rooms are strewn about, almost randomly, as if they were trying to pack as many people in here as possible. The residents here are often gray and gloomy, missing hair and teeth. I walked along the crowded halls, cleaning room by room, really taking in these people's lives, trying to piece together some story. What unnerved me more was the rooms without a lot of possessions, as if someone simply said, "They're so far gone, why would they need a lot of stuff?" Broken clocks that no longer worked or were set to a very wrong time, as if to really pound into my head that most of these men and women have no concept of time anymore. The overhead lights that drone on, the rectangular boxes that house a reminder of the back rooms in a vague sense. This reminder was greatly heightened in the residents' bathrooms, where the buzzing was harsher, louder, more vivid. I turned off I don't know how many lights in these bathrooms to ease myself a bit more. The walls were a pinkish tan color. This was the biggest reminder yet. For some reason, the color seemed to fit perfectly with the unsettling atmosphere. The staff was even creepy in a sense. The way they weren't put off by it even seemed joyful. It made me feel more out of place here. I wanted to go home this day. I'm not a weak-minded person by any means, but something about the atmosphere was making me incredibly uncomfortable. Like I was a ghost walking through these halls. Now there's only about 10 or 15 rooms left. I pulled my cart into a big open alcove in the hallway, where most of the residents were sitting in wheelchairs, as none of them had the strength to walk anymore. Staring mindlessly at a TV, playing cute videos of animals, assumingly to put the residents at ease. However, this one thing that made me feel comfort quickly turned into dread. It was off-putting. This was the one good aspect of this wing of the nursing home, as if it didn't belong on the television. Their eyes, they looked at me with such sorrow, as if to say, "Help me," without saying anything at all. I'm not really sure how many of them can actually speak. Some of them look at me and ask, "Where am I?" And I'm at a loss as I don't know how to answer in a way that they'll understand. Then the screaming, the cries for help, the yelling for anyone to come and comfort them. Yelling out blood-curdling screams when the nurse remotely touched them in any way. I just have to watch as I'm a janitor who cleans their rooms. I'm not allowed to touch the patients. No way to give comfort other than words, when they can barely hear, let alone process what I'm saying. This wing is so incredibly unnerving and sad. Listening and watching all of this does remind me of a piece of art known as Everywhere at the End of Time. And I feel as if this experience is only more unnerving, having prior knowledge of this sad piece of art. The worst part of it all, this could easily be any one of us when we get old, not knowing what is real and what isn't, and crying out for loved ones who aren't there and will never come. My encounter with a negative spirit. So, I'm a practicing witch. I have been for several years. And one of my first spells was one of the ones that I could never forget. I was trying to do a love spell, which includes bringing your energy out to get that loving energy attracted towards you. However, I was in a really dark place at the time with depression, so I believe that what I sent out was negative energy, and I think I got it back. That night after I did the spell, something felt different in my room. It felt heavier in the air. I was on my computer in bed, and all of a sudden, I felt burning going up my arm. When I looked, it was a fresh scratch, but I checked everywhere on my bed on how it could have happened, even though my arm was perfectly still in front of me. None of my animals were in the room or had gone near me that day. I couldn't find anything sharp around that could have done it, so I was freaked out. Later that night, My dog and cat came into the room and sat on the end of my bed. And then all of a sudden, they were staring at my doorway, growling and hissing, which they never do. So I was a bit confused, and then they both ran out of the room. They weren't fighting or anything. It was like something scared them off. I was weirded out. When I fell asleep, I had a horrible nightmare of dead bodies in a room with a scary-looking plague doctor standing in the middle of them. And I could hear whispers around me going on about a murderous plague doctor, which I guessed was the one I was seeing. I could also smell rotting flesh and, weirdly, lavender. When I woke up, there were loads of flies all over me, which has never happened before. I screamed and flicked them all away. I was trying to smell my room and my house to see if anything was rotting, and that's why I had flies all over me and why I could smell rotting flesh in my dreams. But I couldn't smell anything. I even had a shower to make sure it wasn't me. The heaviness in my room was still strong, almost like something was watching me. I was freaked out and my animals were still acting up, staring at my door, hissing and barking, and I just felt drained. And for several nights, I had the same nightmare and woke up with flies all over me. I checked and checked again to see if anything was causing the flies to appear, and I washed myself more and more, but I couldn't find anything, and they kept coming back. This happened for 5 days in a row. I had enough at this point, and I was convinced it was some sort of negative spirit. That day, I cleansed my room and my house the best that I could with my practice and did everything the best I could. When I was starting the cleansing, more scratches ended up on my leg. I felt like it definitely didn't want to go. When I completed my ritual and cleansing for banishing, everything felt calmer and lighter. My animals stopped acting strange. No more scratches, no more flies, no more of the feeling that I was being watched, and definitely no more nightmares. I didn't feel drained. I was curious about plague doctors after that, and found out that they used flowers, such as lavender, in their beaks to mask the smell of the plague, and my jaw dropped. Only some of my close family and my boyfriend knows about this, as it's very personal and very real to me, but I thought I'd share it now, after all this time. I work at a haunted house, and it turns out it's actually haunted. I work at a haunted house in Utah. I'm a makeup artist, and it's called Haunted Hollow. I've worked there for 7 years now. Haunted Hollow is all outdoors in a forest that runs along a river. The costume and makeup room is indoors, upstairs in one of the only buildings on the property. I was upstairs in the makeup room, cleaning up after getting all the cast ready and sending them out. I was alone in this room, and I suddenly felt my butt cheek burn, like burn. It was a whole 30 degrees, so the sudden burning had me kind of freaked out. I had not touched anything because I was standing in the middle of the room. A few moments had gone by, and my girlfriend came into the room, and I asked her to look at it, thinking I'd been bitten by a spider or something. My girlfriend said that I had a burn on my butt cheek, running down the back of my leg. It even had welts. That same night, my little sister, who's an actor at the haunt, came home with 3 scratches on her arm, and they stayed on her arm for a week before fading. Last year in October, my friend and I went to the Winchester House in San Jose for a night flashlight tour. Since it was during the Halloween season, they were playing a lot of very obviously fake background noises, such as footsteps on the top floor, or voices of kids, etc. So my friend and I, who's a skeptic, were like, "Oh, how spooky," sarcastically, and we really didn't expect to experience anything. But as soon as we got halfway through the tour of the house, around the second floor, we started noticing that the temperature in certain areas or rooms would drastically change, even though we didn't notice any fans nearby. We still didn't think much of it at this point, and we're just casually looking with our flashlights into the rooms. I should mention that for this tour, all the lights were completely off, so everyone just has their flashlights on, pointing wherever they want to see. Now, here's where it gets creepy. At some point, we're in this room with a lot of glass doors and windows looking into exhibition rooms. The rooms were either closed off or locked. There's no one inside there, not even the workers. I was looking straight into this one room that had glass windows surrounding it. I was pointing my flashlight straight, looking around the room. I turned to the left, to this one small corner that was surrounded by glass, and I'm like a foot away from it when I notice a dark shadow right behind the glass. The more I stare at it, the more I realize it's like a shadowy face. It was like I was in a trance. I was frozen in place, and through the other side of the glass, this old, wrinkly face of a woman was staring back at me. She looked like she was wearing a sheer black cloth over her head. I could see wrinkles on her face, and her eyes were just dark and piercing. It was like we were just staring deeply at each other. I can't explain it very well, but it wasn't solid like a regular person. It was dark and almost like a shadow, except a lot more clear. I also only noticed a face, not a body. A few seconds later, I snap out of it and I scream my friend's name and run towards her. When I told her what happened, we both went back to the place where I saw the face, and we looked around the room to see if there were any workers there, if there were any projectors around. But the room was empty. And if you've ever been to that house, you know a lot of these random corners and spaces in certain rooms are barely big enough to fit a human. I was shaking so much after that, and my anxiety was getting pretty bad. I just knew what I saw. I knew there was no way it was just my mind playing tricks on me. As we continued the tour, I started looking at the pictures of the house and the people back then, and the more you look at these pictures, you notice super creepy and demonic faces within them that just completely gave me the creeps. Maybe I was just tripping about these photos. I don't know. After that, I started taking pictures with the flash to see if I could catch anything. And my pictures were mostly coming out blurry, but I did catch this one picture that I edited, and it literally looked like the shape of a woman in a dress. I also got a live photo that shows an orb moving across the camera. I'll try to attach those photos. When I showed my boyfriend the pictures the next day, he, being a huge skeptic, said it was probably just dust or a coincidence, which I can totally agree with. Maybe it was just nothing. But looking back, all these creepy occurrences couldn't have been just a coincidence. Especially that face. I remembered all of her features so clearly. The wrinkles and the cold eyes. No way that was just a random shadow. I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced creepy things while being at the Winchester house. This happened a few months back. I was home alone and just chilling in my room. My dogs often like to lay with me, and this particular day they were doing just that. My parents were at work, Dad in another city, Mom at the school that she worked at. My siblings were at school, so I know for sure no one was home. So I'm just doing my homework and I hear a couple of knocks at my door. My dogs immediately look up and stare silently toward the door. Maybe my brother was just home. I call out his name, and then I open the door when I don't hear anything. Well, you guessed it. There was no one there. Odd. The thing is, If it was a random person who just happened to break into my house, my dogs would have gone berserk. They are weirdly keen at only barking at strangers indoors. Besides, I never hear any footsteps. I double-check the time and notice it's only 10 a.m. Unless my siblings or mom got sick, there's no way they were coming home at this time. I was later assured that no such thing happened. No one had come home. I've had a couple of odd occurrences in the home, such as things going missing and being replaced in the exact spot that you looked, only hours later. Our house was brand new when we got it and was only built on empty farmland. I used to dabble in the occult as a middle schooler, so maybe that's why. Haunted by a man who wanted us to find his family pictures? The title alone sounds very odd, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end. My family and I have lived in our current house for about 10 years. Shortly after it was built, the owners put it on the market and we moved in a year later. Before the house was built, it was part of a large field owned by a farmer who lives behind us. There was never any sort of activity in this house before the past month. We've lived in a haunted house before, the kind where you feel you're being watched, footsteps, voices, the works. This house felt like a relief the moment we stepped in because there was nothing. And how could there be? It's so new. Well, last month, after my siblings had gone off to school, I heard very distinct footsteps to the upper level of the house, followed by a voice of an unspecified gender calling, before walking down the hallway, pushing open my parents' door. It's broken. At first, I'm thinking somebody must have gotten home extremely early, or maybe the bus didn't come at all. Then I realized that wasn't the case and figured we were being robbed. While I'm internally panicking, I hear one of my dogs trot down the hallway into my parents' room. After hearing the door open, I guess. And I knew he definitely would have barked if he saw a stranger poking around. When I summoned up the courage to look around the other rooms, no one was there. I thought. A little odd, but not a ghost. It couldn't be a ghost. But then the footsteps on the stairs became more persistent. They always went up the stairs and into my parents' room. I started waking up in the middle of the night with the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Worst of all, one night I woke up to someone pushing down on my shoulder. I assumed it was my youngest sister who often gets scared at night. So without opening my eyes, I told her to go to bed. But when there was no response, I got up and found that she was sound asleep in her bed. After that, family members kept complaining of having their shirt tugged on while standing in the middle of the room. At one point, 3 of the blinds pushed down on the living room window, as if someone was looking outside at a neighbor. Like we saw the blinds move. Something was obviously going on, so my parents installed a ring device to see if they could pick up anything. They picked up a man's voice on 2 occasions, with 0 explanation. There's only one male in the house with a voice deep enough to match that, and he wasn't home when it happened. It sounded like it said, "What are you doing?" And on a separate occasion, "Look at this, babe." It was getting really, really creepy, to the point where I couldn't sleep at night from the overwhelming feeling of being watched. But then, one day shortly after that, my family went to a nearby friend's house to dig through their yard with their metal detector. In a pile of trash near the scenic byway, they found a USB with pictures of a man with his family. The wife's name was on the USB thing, and when we looked her up, we found out her husband had died a month ago, unexpectedly. I have no idea why the USB was thrown into this person's yard. Bad fight between them years ago, maybe? There's no way of ever knowing. What I do know is, once we dropped off the USB at the funeral home, the day of the man's service, all the activity in the house came to a halt. No more voices on the Ring device, no more footsteps. I can sleep peacefully at night, and I don't feel watched. The house feels safe again. How this man knew to find us or knew that we would find his family pictures is beyond me. I'm just glad he was able to move on now, if that is the case of why we had this activity in the first place. As a child, I had a lot of paranormal experiences. From age 8 to 17, I had some pretty strange things happen to me. I lived in a pretty abusive home, and I believe that negative spirits are drawn to negative things. And that's why I had so many experiences when I was younger. I know that's not always the case, but I do believe that can definitely conjure something. I haven't had any creepy experiences in a few years, thankfully. My first experience that I recall was when I was about 8 or 9. I was at my grandmother's house. She was sleeping in her room, and all of a sudden, I hear a scream. So I jump up and run to my grandmother's room to see if she's okay. She was passed out, not bothered at all. I thought I imagined it, so I laid there all night. I didn't sleep until the sun was up, and my grandmother was up. So a lot has happened at my grandmother's house alone. I think it's her husband. He's a horrible person, and I wouldn't be surprised if he attracted all of the evil things in that house. Anyway, I had one of my childhood best friends come over to my grandparents' house, and we were outside. It was, I would say, 3 p.m. She stops in her tracks and says, "Look into that window." I look, and there is a short old woman with dark curly hair standing in my grandmother's bedroom window. I would have said it was my grandmother, but my grandmother has blonde hair. It's not short. So we freaked out and we called my dad to come get us. My friend never returned to the house. She'd refused to go there with me, even if I begged. This next experience is the last time I entered her house. I'll never go back there. I was up late watching TV in the living room, drinking some tea, and I see a shadow in the hallway. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but then I see a full-on black shadow standing in the hallway. There was no way that it wasn't real. I screamed and my grandmother came running out. I tell her what happened. She didn't believe me. So I just stayed up until my parents came to get me. I have also had experiences in my childhood home. One instance is I was watching TV with my mom in her room, and we hear what sounds like a glass being knocked over. So we go downstairs, and the vase on the coffee table was knocked over. We were so confused, there was literally nobody or anything that could knock it over. In my childhood home, I used to get sick all of the time with the flu and strep. I missed so much school because of it. I always wondered if the spirit that was there was the reason I was always sick. I was the only one to ever get sick. Nobody else would. Once I moved out, I rarely ever got sick. Another instance was when I was about 12. Our air conditioning broke, so we all just ended up sleeping downstairs since it was 100 degrees up there. You could see the basement from the living room. So since we were sleeping in the living room, I would hear whistling coming from the basement, and I'd hear what sounded like someone snapping their fingers, and I'd hear scratching. That always terrified me. I never went down there. And in the basement, there's a random crucifix nailed to the ceiling. My dad tried to take it down, but I told him to just keep it up, just in case. So he did. My best friend stayed over one night. It was just me, her, my sister, and both of my parents were at work. She kept saying that she was seeing things, such as little blue dots, which I would think would be an orb, which confused me because I thought you could only see orbs in photos. As the night went on, she would say that she saw a shadow figure out of the corner of her eye, which I was seeing, but I didn't want to frighten her even more. She eventually said that she wanted to go home, so I told her that me and my sister would walk her home. She lived down the street. As we were about to leave, we hear a loud bang. It sounded like a dresser had fallen. We don't even take a chance. We bolt to her house, and my sister and I stayed the rest of the night. We didn't sleep one bit. In this house, when you looked at the stairway that leads upstairs, there's a light that comes from the bathroom right at the top of the stairs. You would see shadows walking past when nobody else was there. It was really scary, and it happened all the time. There was a lot of activity on the stairs, too, which is a weird place for there to be activity. On the steps, you could hear people walking. Both of my parents had said the same thing. My dad thinks it was a child. He would hear what sounded like a child laughing and running up the stairs. Now that I know more about all the scary stuff, about the paranormal, what if it was an evil entity disguising itself as a child? My little sister had seen a black shadow with red eyes standing over my mother as she was sleeping, which is pretty creepy. I didn't believe her at first because that really scared me. But one night, I couldn't sleep. I went to go see if my mom was still up. When I walked in, I saw a black figure standing over her, but it didn't have red eyes. It was just a black figure, and it disappeared within seconds. That was hands down the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. My sister had an old porcelain doll that was named Sally. I know, pretty predictable, but this doll had always given me the creeps. My sister carried it around everywhere. One day it had went missing, so she'd asked me to help her look for it. So I walk around the house and in the kitchen. I look up, and on top of the cupboards, I see this doll's brown hair hanging over. I asked her how she got it all the way up there, and she said that she didn't know how the doll got up there. This is the reason I hate dolls. There were also random things that would go missing, only to turn up in a spot where things shouldn't be. I had an iPod, and I remember putting it on the charger so that I could use it the next day. And when I woke up the next day, it was gone. My room was locked, so there was no way for my sister to come in and take it. I later found it in a storage box that I was going through to donate things. There were countless other things that had been moved, the occasional keys being moved, wallets being put in different areas. You know, normal stuff like that. Anyway, those were my childhood experiences. This happened in 2008, when I was 9 years old. I lived in a townhome community where each road had two sides of homes. In between the backs of the houses, there was a backyard with alleyways that went in between each building section. I lived on the edge of one of these, and my townhome was on one of the alleyways. I lived on one street, and across the back road on the opposite side lived an elderly woman whose name I don't even know. I'm not sure what her situation was, but for whatever reason, she never liked me specifically. She was creepy, and she spray painted all of her windows so that nobody could see inside her house. However, that never stopped her from sometimes staring out her window directly at mine and keeping it open at night to shine a red strobe light into my room across the way. She used to yell how she hated us. I was in the 4th grade, and on a particular January morning, I had unfortunately missed the bus. My dad sent me outside to get in the car so that he could drive me, and he said he'd follow me out soon after. As I was walking to my dad's car, the woman came out of the alleyway next to my house, slowly, with a gigantic kitchen knife behind her back. She raised it and started running after me. I was faster than her, so I was able to avoid her, and I was able to get inside the house. She walked and stood on the neighbor's porch across the way and stared at my house. I was terrified. My dad ran out and yelled at her, and she said that she wanted to get rid of us stupid kids. My parents called the police, but the police sent her home and had an ambulance pick her up later. My parents went to some kind of court meeting about it, but I don't really know the details. I didn't see her again after that, until 1 year later. I don't remember the day, but it had snowed that morning, so I was going to run out the front door and play in the snow. I opened the door to see her standing on the porch, but looking out toward the road. I panicked, closed, and locked the door. I ran up to my parents' room and told them what happened. We saw her walk off the porch and up the street. I never saw her again after that. My family has since moved far away from there, but people I know say that she still lives there, and her windows are still the same spray-painted windows. Though it doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I still don't like being around knives. I grew up in the country. We had lots of strange, bizarre things happen to us during that time. Aliens, paranormal, etc. I lived in a house surrounded by fields and forests, no cable or internet. Not that those were really a big thing back then anyway. So I spent most of my time outdoors. This happened when I was in my early teens. My best friend and I were driving to go bring some food to my dad and his friend, who were working late at night on some scrap metal down the way from us. To get to where they were, there were 2 ways to go. One was the normal paved road, and the second was a long old dirt road that people didn't really go down. The dirt road was surrounded by trees on both sides, had some sketchy, older abandoned houses on either side, and a very old cemetery at the end. After we brought the food to them, we decided to take the old dirt road back as a joke. We used to walk that road every now and then during the day, even though it creeped us out. But we tried to stay away from it at night. We were both laughing about how the other one was too scared to go down it. She was driving, and we were both laughing, listening to music, when we made the turn onto the road. It was a right-hand turn, so in order to make the full turn, she had to sweep her headlights across the cemetery. I remember looking at the graves, and that's when I saw her. It was an all-white figure, in the shape of a female, with a long dress and long hair. She was standing between the cemetery and the forest. I stared at her for what I felt was 5 to 10 seconds before she vanished, and then I continued to stare at that spot for a good 10 seconds longer. Once I kind of came out of it, I realized that the car was stopped. I have no idea for how long. My friend and I were both very quiet, and we both kind of looked at each other like, what the hell? Neither one of us really said anything for a while, but I finally asked her if she had seen something, and she said she did. Not wanting to say what I saw first, I asked her what she saw, and she described the figure exactly as I had above. Interestingly, none of us were afraid. I remember when I saw her, everything kind of went into slow motion. Even when there was music going on in the car, it was quiet. And I definitely don't remember the car slowing down. and stopping. I remember being in awe and thinking she radiated beauty, and she still crosses my mind to this day. I've been back there many times during the night and day, and I haven't seen anything like it since. Anyways, thanks for reading if you're still with me. It's nice to be able to share these stories in a serious way without people looking at you like you've lost your mind. A few years ago, I entered the University of Lausanne to start my medical studies. I had just arrived in the city and even in the country. I was very excited to start my year, to discover the university, and to meet new people. Everything was going great until the end of the third week. Friday night around 9 p.m., I leave the library, say goodbye to my friends, and start to go home. The pace of work was really already very intense. We'd been working all day, and I was in a rush to get home. It was my favorite part of the day because I got to put on my music, take the subway, and then the train, and it gives me a chance to rest. Anyway, that night it was cold, so there was no one left outside. It takes me about 7 minutes to walk from the library to the subway. I'm walking quietly with my music in my ears when all of a sudden I get a shiver that runs through my body from head to toe. I start to feel uncomfortable, as if someone was watching me. And at that point, I pause my music and decide not to turn around to check in case the person is trying to be really inconspicuous, and if I notice them, something might happen. I don't want to run either because I'm not sure if I can run faster, and I don't know where to go. At this point, we pass a glass building, so I decided to look inside and pretend I'm fixing my hair. I quickly glance in the corner of my eye, and my blood runs cold. There's definitely someone walking a few feet behind me, in a hoodie. I try to reassure myself that he's just finished work, that he's going home, that he's cold, and that's why he's wearing a hoodie. But I didn't see a backpack, and there's no houses for civilians around. I decided to send a message to my mother saying, "Come get me in front of such and such building. Please, I really don't feel safe." It's important to know that the university is 30 minutes by car from my house. At this very moment, I don't find any other solution, and I decide to take refuge in a building while waiting for my mother to come and get me. I opened the door, took off my helmet, and went down the stairs to find a hiding place. I thought I was out of trouble when suddenly I heard the door that I came in through open. This time I'm sure that he's after me, but since I'm new, I don't know this building and where it leads. I run downstairs at full speed, and I hear behind me the footsteps of this guy running down the stairs, also at full speed. I run without looking back. I'm sure that he's running faster than me and that he will catch up to me. I don't even know where I'm going, but I pray that I don't fall into a dead end. Looking back, I even think of it like the movie The Shining, in the labyrinth scene. I didn't know how far ahead of him I was, so I opened a window in the hallway to make it look like I escaped out there, and then I opened a door a little further down. It was a huge auditorium in the dark. I went down the stairs and hid under a desk in the middle right, and I put my phone on silent. My mom had been texting me a lot, asking me what was going on and saying that she was on her way with my dad. I text her, "I'm in such and such building. He's looking for me. Please come quickly." I hid under that desk thinking I was screwed, that my hiding place sucked and he was going to find me any second. Then I heard a thud and a huge scream. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life as I was when I heard that scream. For 15 minutes, my mother was sending me messages, telling me to hang on. And at the end of those 15 long minutes, waiting for him to find me, I finally got the message from my mom, where she says that she's here with the police. They're going to enter the building, and they need to know where I am. I just tell them I'm on the second floor because I have no idea which way I was going. After 2 minutes, I heard the door of the auditorium, and it was the police that had come to get me. Once I got out, they took my statement and said that they would check with the university management. The next day, they contacted us and said that they saw on the surveillance cameras that there was indeed someone who was following me when I entered the building. But there were no cameras inside. You can't see the guy's face, and therefore we don't know who it is. They just said that security was going to do patrols at night and advised me to have someone with me whenever I went out at that time. We never heard about it again, and that's good. A few months ago, I was at the local coin laundromat. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town that I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly, and though there's a lot of drug use, I've never really felt scared. I went late because I had been studying that day. It was around 10 p.m. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to the dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it, I just felt the presence. I turned around, and there was a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a guy with pink hair who was wearing a full face mask, like a ski mask, a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was dark out. The gloves and sunglasses immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude. I tried to laugh it off and told him he surprised me. He immediately started talking. A lot of it was disjointed, and it just didn't make any sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring my brother money to get a classic car. Again, none of it really made much sense, but he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond, so I tried to just play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door, and I started getting this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose, not just accidentally as he talked to me. He was getting closer to me as he talked, and the feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly, I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave and keep him talking until I could. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling got more intense. I started to grip my keys in an attack position, just in case. He talked more and then backed off a little. He took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and he set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second, and when I looked back, he was pulling out something that I couldn't see and holding it to the side behind him, concealing it from me. But I did see what was in his backpack. Duct tape. Instantly, it was just like an alarm went off. There was no more worrying about being rude, no more second-guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew that I had to do something. Time seemed to move in slow motion, and he turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tightly as possible and tried to mentally prepare to fight. I remember being afraid that I would move too slow or be too weak, like in a nightmare. But all of a sudden, the door to the laundromat opens, and a woman walked in. Barely even looking at us, she just went to get her laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly it's over. He just turned, got his bag, and left. I was so scared I just stayed there a minute until I could get my laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, I think the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone walked in. If he was just crazy, it wouldn't have mattered. I think a stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined a laundry service. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. So to the man with the pink hair and the unicorn backpack, let's not meet again. I am an American Civil War reenactor. I was attending an event deep in North Carolina cotton country at the beginning of November, where we set up camp in the original fort that was on site. One of the things reenactors do to add some authenticity to events is to send out 4 or 5 guys on what's called picket duty. It's basically a safety watch that stands guard outside the camp at night. I wasn't too terribly tired that night, so I volunteered to be one of the 4 sentries to go and stand watch that night. Now, before we go to our respective posts, we all determine a call sign. So that way, should anyone come up to us, they can call out the call sign, make their presence known, and enter the camp. Our call sign for that night was, "Oh, Virginia." Fast forward about 2 hours or so. It's now approximately 1:32 a.m. I was posted along a stretch of trenches leading up to the main fort, about 25 yards outside of camp. I was leaning against a tree, letting my mind wander, when I saw movement coming from a section of woodline. A figure emerged and began slowly making his way towards me. I snapped the position of port arms and said to the figure, "Halt, and make your presence known." The figure stopped only for a breath before saying, "I am friendly." The figure came up to me and he revealed himself to be a middle-aged man in Confederate garb with sergeant stripes on the sleeves of his dirty jacket. I distinctly remember a strong scent of pipe tobacco coming from him. He made a brief bit of small talk with me, asking how my post was going, did I kill any Billy Yanks, so on and so forth. As he finished his conversation and began to turn, he looked back and said, "Got enough rounds in your box?" Referring to my leather cartridge box that held my blank reenactor rounds for my musket. I only had a few left for the day's event, so I said if he's offering, I could definitely use a few more. He dug around in his pockets for a second or two and produced 3 cartridges, and he placed them in my hand. Immediately, I knew they were live rounds. I felt the weight of the lead bullets in my hand. This is a serious no-no, as you're not allowed by any means whatsoever to bring live ammunition or bullets to a reenactment event. I stared at the cartridges in my hand for a moment, and when I looked back up to say that I could not accept these, the soldier was gone. All that was left was the smell of sweet pipe tobacco. I pocketed the rounds, finished my guard shift, and in the morning I put the 3 live rounds in my truck. I still have them now. I made a point of looking for that sergeant the following day, but to no avail. To this point, I'm unsure of the circumstances. Could it have been a fellow reenactor playing a joke? Someone trying to cause issues? Or maybe, potentially, a sergeant from a time long since past, keeping an eye out for a fellow soldier late at night. Whoever you are, Sergeant. You've stuck with me. But let's not meet under these circumstances again.